that will get your week off to a jump start. With our guest, the first being Hanneke van Linger, the founder of Nosh Food Rescue. She is an inspiring figure who has touched countless lives with her selfless and tireless work in and around Gauteng. Born in the Netherlands, she later moved to South Africa, where she pursued studies in chemistry and zoology at the University of Cape Town. So we are going to go and dive into an insightful conversation with her regarding her work as a charitable philanthropist. There you go. Gosh, you know what? Slow starts and no starts are something that we face, and of course challenges that we have to overcome. And of course, Osvaldo is back on Motivation Monday. Today with him, we're diving into a powerful mindset tool that flips the way we see challenges, and we're unpacking the DeMartini method, a strategy that doesn't just change how you think, but how you live. It's a conversation you don't want to miss. Of course, if you're like me and, getting the day started is a bit tricky, and you're on shaky ground, let's take a deep breath and calm down, because you know what? We're about to get into your daily dose of positivity for that energetic start to the day. So don't go anywhere. How? Chomi, you still cooking with cha, salt, and prayers. But don't stress, ungawari, because your time to shine in the kitchen is here. Amapelepele Spices for Africa and the Vooka Breakfast Show have said, let's bless you with some spices that will slap harder than Umama's 7 colors. Vooka Flavor Fridays is here. We're serving flavor, vibes, and vibes with flavor. Flavor Fridays is the only plug you need to turn your kitchen into a 5-star chill spot. For 8 weeks, you stand a chance to win spice hampers that take your meals from meh to just by subscribing and tuning into your daily dose of positivity for an energetic start to the day. So hypo, what are you waiting for? Don't miss out. Flavor is calling. Waza.
Once again, a very good morning. Let us keep you updated with your latest news headline. Starting off with your first headline, Codeta challenges a government interdict aimed at curbing taxi violence. Codeta intends to legally oppose a provincial government interdict that empowers authorities to curb taxi violence. This move follows a recent surge in taxi-related shootings, which resulted in 5 deaths and 9 injuries. On your next headline, hiker rescued after fall on Lion's Head Trail. A 30-year-old woman was rescued from a Lion's Head after slipping and injuring herself while hiking with friends. Unable to continue, her companions called Wilderness Search and Rescue, who responded swift with paramedics, volunteers, and SunParks rangers. She was treated on site, stretchered down, and taken to hospital. The WSAR praised their team's dedication and urged hikers to save their emergency number, which is 021-937-0300. On the next headline, Ramaphosa, Kachalia criticizes Masemola's premature docket action. President Cyril Ramaphosa and acting police minister Kachalia have rebuked Police Commissioner Masemola for prematurely handing political killing dockets meant for commission of inquiry. Kachalia also criticized Masemola for delaying a report on KwaZulu-Natal's task team. Ramaphosa expressed displeasure, signaling a growing tension within the SAPS leadership amid a broader law enforcement scandal. That's all for your news headline. Now heading over to your sports news, starting off with football news. Stellenbosch FC looking forward to MTN 8 final to lift the spirit. Stellenbosch FC have endured a tough start to the 2025-2026 Betway Premiership with just 1 win in 5 matches. Coach Steve Barker hopes the upcoming MTN 8 final against Orlando Pirates on the 30th of September will lift the team's morale during the FIFA break. He praised players like Mokobodi, Mtiani, and Mojela for showing promise and emphasized the need to regroup and improve league form. Barker also rooted Pirates may face preparation challenges due to 7 players being called up to the Bafana Bafana squad. giving Stellies a chance to focus fully on the final. On the next headline, Man United's vital win can't mask urgent goalkeeping issues. Manchester United edged Burnley 3-2 with a stoppage time. Bruno Fernandes penalty, but manager Ruben Amorim remains under pressure. Goalkeeping errors from Altay Bayandire and Andre Onana have prompted interest in Royal Antwerp's Senne Lammens. Injuries to Matthias Cunha and Mason Mount may block Kobe Maino's loan exit. Benjamin Šeško, recovering from cramps, was benched despite recent form. Amorim praised his players but admitted United still have much to improve ahead of tough fixtures against Manchester City, Chelsea and Brentford. Now heading over to your rugby news. Masuku clutch kicks clinch Sharks win in Maritzburg thriller. The Hollywood Bets Sharks 11 edged Boland Cavaliers 33-31 in a thrilling Currie Cup clash sealed by Siamasuku's 42-meter penalty 6 minutes after the hooter. The Sharks led most of the match with standout performances from Jacques Marais and Gene Smith, but Boland mounted a fierce comeback to briefly take the lead. A risky late play by Boland's scrum half backfired, allowing the Sharks to counter and win. The result denied Boland a home semi-final, highlighted the Sharks' resilience under pressure. That's all for now. Stay tuned for more sports and news updates throughout the show. Don't forget to share your thoughts on these headlines with us on social media using the hashtag Vooka Breakfast Show, and send us your voice note on 060-493-3226. Now, let us get you safe on those roads after the short break with your latest traffic update. TC standing by.
Escape the ordinary and discover the extraordinary with Swellappeal Tours. Whether you're a group of friends or a family looking for a memorable getaway, Swellappeal Tours has you covered. Our all-inclusive tours take you to South Africa's most stunning destinations, from the scenic beauty of Mpumalanga to the vibrant life of Gauteng and the coastal charm of Durban.
All right, Vooka Nation, let's get you safe on those roads with your latest traffic update. And with your first update, a crash is on the R24 westbound before the Edenvale Road is now clear. And now, of course, there is a stationary vehicle on the R21 northbound before the OR Tambo interchange, and that has now been cleared. Another stationary vehicle on the R21 northbound before the OR Tambo interchange, and the left lane has been closed. Do drive carefully in this area. Of course, that is it from me, Utisi Gamazbiwa Shabalala, your Prime Cup creative and positivity dose of the day, with your traffic update. If you do happen to be on the roads as well and you want to send us your traffic update, do use the hashtag Vooka Traffic and hashtag Vooka Breakfast Show, or send us your voice note using the number 060-493-3226. Now, stay tuned as we are about to jump straight into your energetic start to the day.
Musi Mist.
My name is Moketi Maimane.
Catch us every weekday morning, Monday to Friday, between 7 and 10.
Right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, brought to you by the Blinko Network.
Always bringing you the best content possible.
Vooka Nati, wake up with us and kickstart your day on a great note.
This is your energetic start to the day.
Escape the ordinary and discover the extraordinary with Swellappeal Tours. Whether you're a group of friends or a family looking for a memorable getaway, Swellappeal Tours has you covered. Our all-inclusive tours take you to South Africa's most stunning destinations, from the scenic beauty of Mpumalanga to the vibrant life of Gauteng and the coastal charm of Durban.
Yeah, it is your daily dose of positivity accompanied by that energetic start to your day. Once again, a very good morning to you. 28 minutes past 7, it is the time. And of course, man, a beautiful Monday and a new month, of course, is on the horizon. So, you know, man, September comes with a lot of things, right? The sun is going to be up early in the morning. And of course, man, if you are somebody who loves plants, do not worry, those flowers are going to be blessed with some beautiful sunlight. With that being said, of course, man, I am not alone. You know, right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, we always bring you the magic, and the teamwork makes the dreams work. My name is Mugeti Maiman, aka Max for maximum temperature. And of course, this month we're going all out with every plan that we have planned for ourselves, and looking forward into what this month is going to be bringing us. Right, TC, are you here with me, man?
Hey man,
Yeah.
I'm awake, man. Sexy Vugile. Of course, we're coming to you live from the heart of Johannesburg, Soweto, Dobsonville.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
call it, because izinto ziyenzeka khona la,
Yeah.
including the Soweto Kota Festival that's
Oh.
coming up, man. What a way to start start spring, man.
Yep.
You know, to spring into
Yep.
action, to, you know, be
Yep.
out and about, you know, the music, the culture, the food.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
going to be a vibe. Of course, I am looking forward to that, because it's also going to be Musi's birthday weekend.
Serious? Oh, it's on the 6th of September.
Yeah,
right?
boo. So you know what, Sizobasi, we will be celebrating one of our own.
And drunk.
Actually drunk. Why or drunk? Because Muso
No alcohol on the day.
sizobudodloza.
Kanjani kusetshenzwa?
Nami ngiyazibuza.
You don't drink while you work.
Nami ngiyazibuza, ngithi ngibuza wena mina.
Yeah.
Wena ukhuluma ngobudrunk, but yeah, mina bengekho lapho, man. I was on the vibes, man, because you know me, I'm your local vibe dealer.
Yeah.
You know, uTC Kamazibuko Shabalala, your prime cut creative and positivity dose of the day. Umamshengu omuhle. Indlovukazi yakwantu umwelaso wawela ngeibuko. Ngithi kunina bayede wherever you are watching and listening from, because you know what, as long as you with us, your vibes will never be low.
Yeah.
We are going to give you that energy, that boost that you need to get the day started with those insightful conversations, of course, because we have some guests coming in and they are lined up for you, you know, to give you some insight on some important topics that we discuss right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show. Because you know what, as much as we're the vibe dealer, we're all about, you know, keeping the energy right. We're also about discussing those serious issues that we face in our society and in our communities. And of course, if you want to engage with us, don't forget the number to use is 060-493-3226, because hashtag Sivugile, and we want to hear from you, man. So come into the chat, W's in the chat. Tell us what's going on. How is your morning starting? You know, is it a slow start? Is it a no start? But as long as Ulana, it's going to be a jump start.
Yeah, and of course, not forgetting, man, that we're still discussing how was your weekend, right? Because you know that every time when you start the week, there's something that you have done, of course, to prepare yourself ahead of this new week.
Yeah.
And yes, we know that some of you, man, you went through a breakup. Some of you, maybe, there's something that happened, man, in your life that is not good. But of course, we wish you, you get that deep and inner healing.
Yeah, man.
Because we know, man, things happen in life. But with that being said, we move on. And moving on means that we tackle each and every obstacles that tries to come in our way. And these are some of the discussions that we're going to have today. So I want you to join the conversation as early as you can. So going through our social media platforms right there on YouTube, we have Zinzi Elizabeth coming through with those comments. As much as we say W's in the chat, please do comment down below and let us know your sentiments, your thoughts on some of the subjects that we're going to discuss right here. Right, Zinzi comes through saying a very good morning, Vooka Nation and the Vooka Breakfast Show. It's a new day, new week, new month, and a new season where spring has sprung. Sivugile, and looking forward to an awesome show. Hashtag Vooka Breakfast Show. That's who we are. Hey, this thing of mine is doing something.
Hey, wait, nah. The minute
Right, Yeah, and then she comes back and says, wishing you all a blessed day and a week ahead. Fabulous people. Thank you so much. We also wish you, a beautiful week ahead of you. We hope that everything that you ever wished for, amaphupha ayafezeka. Dreams delayed, not dreams denied.
But that's true, man. That is true.
Yeah.
Speaking of dreams delayed are not dreams denied, there's something that's been weighing heavy on my mind.
Yeah.
Because I know you sesiela ikpheleni gonyaka, right? And people are obviously looking at their lives, taking stock perhaps of their achievements and things, their goals that they set out to achieve at the beginning of the year. And maybe some people are feeling like, maybe I haven't reached anywhere when it comes to those goals that I set out to do. A vision board and pizza, at the beginning of the year, or maybe it's just that slump, because we all go through slumps sometimes in life where things don't go our way, and very, like you said, some of our dreams get denied, some of those doors close in our faces, and some may get discouraged by that, whilst others may take that as just redirection. So it brings me back, to where I was sitting, like you're saying, during the weekend, and of course, having my soulful Sunday sessions with my music, of course, that beautiful playlist that Utepiso Sibisi, shout out to her, the founder of Umwari Pizza House, man. Speaking of vision board and pizza, at the beginning of the year, Prime Cut Creatives collaborated with her and Umwari Pizza, to bring you that amazing experience that everybody that came out to Curiosity experienced right there. So it brings me back to thinking now how we need to start redefining what we mean by achievement, right? I mean, when we think about it, right, umuntu, when you're born, you came here with no material
nothing
possession except obviously your body, right? And of when you leave here, you go back to the soil, you will leave this planet with nothing. Never mind, maybe if you like that one guy I saw on social media where they buried him in a car, or other people asked to be, or like how pharaohs,
that fancy,
how pharaohs in Egypt asked to be buried with gold and whatnot. The soil, your body goes back to the soil. So, this is indicative that of the very low worth that material possessions must have in someone's life. Like of the circle of life. This reality, material possession, really, in the greatest scheme of things, as much as societal standards demand that we have them, they must have very low worth in someone's life, right? Because they are nothing but tools meant to assist every one of us to get what we want and what we came here for. E.g., a car is literally a tool that allows you to move from A to B faster than you can do it. Johnny Walker, It can also carry stuff, and that's literally about it. It cannot make you happy. It cannot change the price of bread. So, to make a car, like I see, some of the brothers, Lana Ekas, Ipolo GTI orange, a German machine, you've made it Elifini. Basically, society is like that, though.
Hey, Mara,
that's what society has taught us to
something they don't mention, guys.
Achievement as
cars make men happy, man. Not personally, me cars make me happy.
Do they? I mean, they can add. They're an extension of your happiness, but they cannot be your whole world, dude. It cannot be good. That's where your happiness,
she's my baby, dog. Like if I cannot have someone, at least I can love a car. That will be just there. I wash it every day or every week. I drive. It takes me to each and every destination that I want to, in which a normal human being cannot.
Okay, but to make a car an achievement in your life is no different than to dream of owning a hammer, no pun intended, and flaunting it around after
Amore.
that. Yeah, like it's just something to show off. And then what? Angithi, it's like a whole thing, like how society says umuntu wesifazane can be beautiful, but you know, if you get same namadoda, you know, window, and then mara, if your ability to provide is not there, then
if I don't have a car, you want a man that have a car again.
I mean, I know such mentalities need to be done with, man.
Yeah.
I know that because that's what keeps people so depressed, man. It's what gets our people in this mindset that you are nothing without possessions.
Yes.
I mean, the world, to be honest, we cannot deny, of course, that that's the way the world works, society. But we can, if we ourselves as people change our mentality towards it, I get it, we are the ones that are co-creators of this reality.
Yeah.
It means that, you know, in true fashion, you know, so within, so as without, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, you know, I feel like these mentalities need to be done with in order. I mean, I'm a mental health advocate. I cannot advocate for things that contribute towards people being depressed and ending up taking their lives, you know. People take their lives over such, not knowing that they were never under any pressure to begin with. You know how a person with a minute life goes wrong, maybe you make that one wrong decision, and when your possessions are taken away, you find people, especially men, funny enough, taking their own lives. You know, so you came here to acquire something that isn't physical, because when you leave, you even divorce your body, right? The very same one you came with. So this non-physical thing you came for is knowledge. This is where I'm going with this. So what knowledge? Knowledge of who you are, because we are all born not knowing who we are. Once you get this, you return from whence you came. This is how true learning takes place. You strip down everything being flashed in your eyes and go down to the very marrow of nature and observe it. So there you find that everything is so simple and obvious that even a fool wouldn't be fooled. So for an example, we came here only with our bodies and we leave with nothing at all, which shows us we are not here for anything tangible. Isn't this a simple and obvious law of nature?
Yeah. Ish.
Just something to think about on this Motivation Monday. Of course, starting a brand new season. Perhaps this is the season you blossom a seed and you were not buried, you were just planted. So of course, this is your blossoming season. Step into it with purpose, pride, and knowledge of who you are. You know, pride in ourselves, because of course, also it's Heritage Month. Sizobona abantu bakiphe, you know, I'm a culture wabo, you know. I can't wait for that day.
Heritage.
Heritage Day.
I think for us, maybe for you guys, but
what do you mean for us?
Me and my gang, guys, heritage.
Drip. It's all about the drip, the
so
culture.
Jive,
that's the culture. It's just about the culture.
New culture, jive, face. New culture is making sure that we good. Yeah, we don't satisfy, you know, our cultures by because I think the education of heritage and culture from where it comes from, right now we are seeing, you know, it's just eroding, and culture is
what
not
do you
even
mean
part.
Our heritage is eroding
for many parts, especially when you understand, when you live in the township, you would notice that people don't practice their culture more often now. You know, they adopt other cultures to say, no, this is the way of life in nowadays. Because when you look at social media, like your influences that make you think, no, man, just go and see a therapist, you know, just go and see a psychologist, because you know the communication that you want to have with your ancestors, it's broken, bruh. You know, it's an old network system to connect, you know, with someone. Just go and see someone who talks, someone who responds to you. That's why that's what we are facing right now. When you say culture, it's like, hey, Joe, what am I supposed to wear now? Heritage Day, because even when you were in school, how about a Heritage Day? Oh, a lot of kids will be, yes, what's my culture?
Wow.
Hey, Tina,
but then isn't that proof of like utterly confused? Like
exactly. Exactly, because people will come with jeans, shirt, white. Others will come with school uniform like because I don't know my culture.
Wow.
My culture
That's
is
sad.
just to
That
come to
actually
school.
sad.
It is sad,
That's
and we've
sad.
seen it. It's rapidly growing in our communities that people don't know their culture. Because honestly, I'm one of the person where I started questioning, man, why are we doing Sesotho mara re Batswana kontlu? You understand?
Okay.
It starts there because we ask parents, no, and people who were there, they were speaking Sesotho. Like majority of the people who were living where they were living in Midlands, they were speaking Sesotho. So we had to go to Sotho speaking schools. And then when you grow up, then you find out, no, man, I'm doing Sesotho mara ke Motswana. When I go to my father's side, when they start speaking Akbaut, I can't hear anything from them. It becomes a problem. And now you have to pretend like you understand. Yeah. Eish, maman, yeah. Hey, these things, they do happen, man.
Yeah,
they do
man.
happen because
but it's sad. It's sad.
it is. It is sad, man. Deeply sad. But don't worry, guys. With everything that's going on, yes, Heritage Day, we celebrated. Now is the time for you to go back, and know where you come from. Okay. Know your roots, man. Know thyself, right? I know I won't do it, but I'm just,
I know I won't do it. Wow. At least you're being honest. Honesty is the best policy in my books.
Yeah, sometimes, guys, when you go back and trying to find your roots, you would find out how you're opening up wounds for most of the people.
I mean,
when you go back or you ufuna ukwazi ngomlando wasekhaya ukuthi siphuma phi thina. Eish. Yeah, you will see abomama mncane bakubheka ngelinye ilihlo. Umlando wani wena? Awumazi no babakho.
Wow.
I mean, it's what most of the people face, man, and they grow up with this thing. When heritage comes, they don't even want to hear about it because it reminds them of their families, because people are celebrating and embracing their cultures. Basotho, Samazulu, and things like that. But with the impact of social media taking place and just hey man, just invading people's spaces and just giving them ideas onto how you can have your own culture. Yeah, Western culture and whatever culture that's out there that people are getting influenced by. That's where we find ourselves today. Whenever a Heritage Day, who are you? Umang. Oh, what do you mean? I mean, with Zulu people, I know some Zulu people, they make you, I mean, like, yeah, she knows herself. What about me?
Batung.
I'm just Mo. Does it mean now I don't know myself?
Well, I found out now Izolo nje, while endlini they were scrolling through TikTok.
Yeah.
There was a King Masbugo that's been left out of Shaka Ilembe.
Wow.
Like Ugai was literally, unpacking Shaka Ilembe and like saying, okay, of course. I mean, guys, it's a production. It's a cinematic production. It's not. It even says that it's not accurate to historical events, and it is in no way trying to portray but it's just like a commemoration of and sort of a celebration of the heritage of Amazulu, but Ugai was just going into Guti, which kings and events have been left out of Shaka Ilembe. And apparently the first one that he mentioned was Uguti, there's Ibuto, that King Mazibugo that have been left out of Shaka Ilembe. So even me, I'm still on a journey.
You are royalty.
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, these are some of the results that we get, because I remember, Joshua Maponga was like, the library of a black man is in the mind.
Yes.
But guys, come on, write down something, Mujimwak. Just write something.
Credo Mutwa did, and then look what happened with him, bruh. They've been trying to erase him from history. They've been trying to erase all his books, his teachings, his videos. That guy's library is almost non-existent when you go online. Yeah. But the wisdom that he shared, there's a lot of things that he's actually spoken about that are happening right now. I'm going to share something with the Vooka Nation, right? A clip of Ubabu Credo Mutwa, Ovusamazulu Credo Mutwa, right? where he speaks on some things. And if you look and if you hear some of the things that he speaks about, these are things that are taking place now. And like he did say, Guti guys, when you are the liberator, people will hate you. You know, people will crucify and want to kill you for the truth. So that's the sad part about, you know, being the few that see beyond the matrix. But yeah, you know, there it is. If you go on the thing, you can play it. But yeah, we'll, as you're setting up, you can continue.
Yeah, because you know, I'm glad you mentioned that, right?
Okay.
And before I play the clip, you know, it speaks to Babu Credo, guys.
Yes.
This guy, you know, on TikTok, you know, was speaking of some of the things that we did not pay attention to that Credo was speaking,
on,
you know, and was talking about. And Nami, it made me realize that sometimes, you know, you are in this mode of just listening and just absorbing the information that the next person is giving to you, because they are speaking about the information that you have not been fed for almost the rest of your life. But now, when you hear this information, there's some parts that you kind of miss to say, okay, he ate a human hand. And then, you know, he went on to... I think it was Zambia. When he went to the land of the Barutsi land, you know, when he explained on this other video, you know, Guti, for him to understand the ways, because the people from the Barutsi land, they were tired of white people, you know, sucking their knowledge and turning it into their own. So you had to prove yourself, just like any society. Now when you come, they're like, for us to trust you, you need to do what? We tell you, right? If we tell you horror, you have to eat a monkey, you have to eat a monkey straight up, so that you can prove yourself that you want to be one of us. But with that being said, let's play the clip and hear one of you know, this intellect from Babu Credo, man.
I see that women will play a prominent part in South Africa. You do not see that foreign murderers are at work in our country. It suits them in their great banks in America. It suits them in their great palaces in England. It suits them in their dens in France that Africa should starve and their children should perish. It suits them, yes. It suits them. Don't you see? There are many who are clamoring for a new South Africa. They are going to be disappointed, because the South Africa that is going to be born next year will be anything but a free country. It will be a shabby mixture of socialism, free enterprise, and other chicanery and hypocrisy. But it will not be a free or a prosperous country at all. Next year's election in South Africa will be interfered with. Those who will win it are already known. But their winning will not bring peace to the people, will not bring comfort to the land, will not bring food to the hungry, nor water to the thirsty. Walk with very great care, beautiful Nomzam, because the enemies who are destroying our land are not of South African birth. The people behind the killings are from America. They owe allegiance to the CIA, and some of them owe allegiance to British intelligence.
There we go. Babu Vusama Zulu, Credo Mutwa. One of the greats, man, you know.
And I mean, Umbuso Khoza is also quite another, prolific historical heritage figure right here in Mzansi. You know, lo baba makakhuluma nkosi yami.
Yeah, man, like
how he was speaking to Upenwel regarding the birth of Ushembe and all of that. It also speaks to how somewhere in either where we speak of heritage and where we speak of African people, the supernatural or the spiritual cannot be left out. We are the children of the soil. Hence, even kule Bible enfunda ngayo, enifundayo, we are spoken of ukuthi yena lo msindisi okhulunywa ngaye, his hair was as thick as wool and skin color sakhe sasinjani. Yabo, isn't they fun analysis details? So some things are really just in details and others are hidden in metaphors. And that's why you get ukuthi when other people speak, like Abu Babu Credo Mudwa, it's almost as if they're speaking in riddles. You only, if you know, and if you don't know, forget about it. Because you'll find out when things happen. So me now, when I speak heritage, when I think heritage, when I think culture, when I think tradition, I think those people. I see those people. I see myself. And of course, it's also, we are the everything and anything. So like Dolphin had said, if you do trace back genetics and genealogy, we are understander. You start to understand ukuthi Tina, as an African continent, we are creators, co-creators of the world. And ikubhlungu ukuthi ekugcineni mawuthi uyasibheka in the greater scheme of the world, it's almost as if asilutho as Africa, the continent. Yet we birth so much and we give so much to the world. So me now, all I have to do is walk on this earth to know my heritage. Look at the ground and I see myself. Look at the plants and I see myself. Listen to music and I see myself. See you and know myself. Because there's a little bit of everyone in everything.
Because I think our existence, man, it mainly speaks about the interconnectedness that we have.
The law of nature. The law of connectivity. There's a lot, man, that we are, of course, that's why we have segments like spiritual alignment on Thursdays right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, where we go into, spirituality, purpose and alignment, where we talk and speak on these topics, explore these, subjects in vastness and, of course, with experts right here on the show. But, of course, the time now is 7:55, only 5 minutes till the top of the hour. And Mweketi had given you your news, sports headlines, and I've, of course, given you your traffic headlines. We are still waiting for you in our comment section and, of course, in our WhatsApp line. The number is 0604933226, man. Share those pictures, share those voice notes. How is your morning going? Are you okay? How was the weekend? Is there anything in particular you would like for us to look forward to with you for this week and this brand new month and season? We are right in September, stepping into a new week in a new month with a new season, man. The blessings are right there. Umam Tembi, I know wherever she is, if she can listen and if she is listening, she will come in with those blessings, because you know what, Vele hashtag, we are blessed, man. Sivugile, we don't just wake up here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, we rise.
Blessed you are. New day, new month is what we are looking into and celebrating. As mentioned, that you need to connect with us on all social media platforms, right? Some of the comments are coming through right there on YouTube. Miss Q Rams saying, good morning, happy spring, happy new month. May this month bring happiness, love, joy and prosperity. As much as we spoke about those dreams not being denied, guys, ungaphela umoya.
Yes.
Because I am representing ungaphela umoya.
umoya thina lana singamasosha man. We are the Vooka nation man. Asivuki kuphela, we rise. We rise above any struggle, we rise above any challenge. So asipheli moya.
Hayi nina ikhosi alipheli umoya. Nina umoya uyaphela
ngasifaki
anytime of a given day nina umoya wenu uyaphela nje
kulama club wenu
ufelwa kimoya phela musithubeni. But one thing engapheli umoya guys is Kaizer Chiefs man, because on your sports news we know that Orlando Pirates, they are preparing for their MTN 8 final against Stellenbosch, and we know that we are officially in the FIFA break, so all players have all the time to go prepare and come back, of course, with the new strength and energy to face their opponents. And we saw some of the Betway Premiership games playing over the weekend, followed by the English Premier League, something that we're going to be bringing you after the break. And as after the break, we're going to be looking into and discussing some and summarizing, just to give you a summary of the news and the headlines that we had on the show. And then after, we're going to be speaking about an interesting topic that we want you to jump in, which is the difference between unwinding and unplugging. Right? We know that for some of you, unplugging, it's like gardens, flying fish, bottle of beer or something else. But don't worry, please, you don't go anywhere as we take a short break, and we will come back with what you and I will discuss.
Musi Mist.
My name is Moketi Maiman.
Catch us every weekday morning, Monday to Friday, between 7 and 10.
Right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, brought to you by the Blinko Network.
Always bringing you the best content possible.
Vooka Nati, wake up with us and kickstart your day on a great note.
This is your energetic start to the day.
Yes, it is 8 o'clock on the dot, and of course you're watching your favorite morning epic show, man. It is your Vooka Breakfast Show, your energetic start to your day, accompanied by that daily dose of positivity. And yes, we are broadcasting live in the heart of Soweto, which is Dobsonville in Blinko Studios. How are you doing this morning? Are you happy that it is spring, or you are sad because it's spring? Because I know there are some people who like winter, like, oh, you know what, winter is peaceful, the streets are so empty. Kona manje, you are going to hear a lot of noise in the streets when kids come back from school playing outside. And umchulugo nkosi yami.
Hey.
Umchulugo, right? But we know, man.
Hey, it's the season where it's leading up to the season where they're gonna start to blame Archer.
Lose Archer.
Next minute, there's that funky nyana smell, and then it's because of the Archer, man. Guys, gizan.
It's lose Archer, right? Yeah, but we know, man, and 1st of September, it's summertime, and we know that summertime is spring. I don't know.
First, ngiyazi ukuthi today vele la ekhasi bazobaphathelana summer kusabandanyana kunalo moya nyana ungawazi nyana ubandanyana guys. Akashisi ngaleyo ndlela vele like emini like
guys, times have changed. Salebala gore khona abanye manje abanamanzi.
True.
Some of you don't have water, so playing summertime, it's not, of course.
It's not advisable.
Yeah.
Water crisis.
Water crisis. It's not something
conserve and preserve water
that you will do. So come on, man. Talk to us right there on our, of course, man. What's up? We've got some mood to create for you because I know it's Monday. Right?
Mweketi, what you doing to me, bro?
You know
music. I love starting my day like this, man. This is the ultimate way to start your day, man. Slow jams, lo-fi vibes.
Yeah.
Something to get you in that mellow mood, man.
To prepare
so that
your
whatever
day.
comes your way, you team. Stress for who? Stress for me? Nah.
Soft,
I'm way above this. I'm in my soft girl era.
Soft, Melodic, of course, man. If you're hearing this, tell me if you think this is your stuff to wake up and prepare your day. Because Rate, some of you, when you wake up, there's that background music. That
yes, that's me, man.
Yeah.
My day cannot start without some feel-good music, man. It cannot start without, those jams, man. Those feel-good jams. Because music, man, has a way of transforming and not transforming, transporting me, to places. It puts me in a mood.
Yeah. Just for 10 seconds, listen to this.
I should've known I'm better off alone. I should've known you were hiding your phone. I should've known that time.
Come on, man. Let's get your morning going with some beautiful tunes. Of course, it's winter.
Yo, Arki winter. Now you regressing. You progress. Going forward.
It's summer. It's summer.
It's spring. Summer
Tina, we grew up. I think when you only know those
2 seasons.
Seasons.
There's only 2 seasons. Mzansi winter and summer.
Exactly.
Magbanda is summer.
Yeah,
Magbanda Magbanda winter. Ubsiga, yabo. Makshisa is summer.
Don't tell me the autumn. What is autumn? Autumn harvest. That's what we know. That's the only autumn that we know.
Hey, promoting alcoholism.
All right, going through right there our YouTube comments. Steve reactions coming through saying, "Mic drop. We are God. Africa, I see God in you."
Well, yeah.
And then he comes back and say #Vooka Breakfast Show. Of course, that's what we do. Happy New Month, team. Blessings upon you, and blessing to everyone who is watching and listening from wherever they are from. Tagani B coming through saying, "Good morning, Vooka Breakfast team, and I'm a Vooka Matle. Happy Spring Day. #Vooka Breakfast Show. We've got you with your morning mood." But yeah, with that being said, as promised, that we're going to be, just looking, giving you a summary of our news headlines, because it is very important to know what is happening in our country, right? We started off with the first headline, which is Codeta challenges government interdict on taxi violence. So what happened is a taxi association, the Codeta, plans to legally oppose a Western Cape government interdict designed to empower authorities to curb taxi violence. The legal move follows a recent spike in shootings, which left 5 people dead and 9 others injured. You see that this whole taxi issue is happening,
but I'm glad that, there's some action from the government or from officials, in tackling this issue, because for me, it's nonsensical. Yeah. It's really just a waste of human life. Yeah. Right? Because I don't understand what the violence is about or is for. I mean, what is happening right now, it's business, it's progression of life, society. So all we're seeing is just society in progress. So as the taxi association, get in line with the progress, and find ways. I mean, like I said, the other time when you guys were discussing it here on the show and I was at home, about China, they having technologies like about robo taxi, and I mean, there's so much happening in the world at large technologically, with there's certain advancements and progress that's somewhere, somehow is going to affect us as a country. So, instead of fighting it, welcome it, prepare yourself for it, so that when it is here, you are, you are competitively in the market, and you're not feeling like now you're about to be obsolete or something. Because I mean, the taxi industry, it's a multi-million rand, multi-billion actually, in Mzansi. So many people, every province has a taxi system. So, and iyadingakala. So angazi ukuthi issue ini, is it because maybe more and more people are like angazi, it's becoming the one thing, because I'm also seeing like the taxi drivers are getting younger and younger.
True, and no, official papers for you that qualifies you to drive the taxi.
Yes. Yes.
Nriska ngathi bafethu. Right, but yeah, taxi violence has been a recurring crisis in the Western Cape province, disrupting the commuters and threatening public safety. The government's interdict seeks to give law enforcement greater powers to act swiftly in preventing these flare-ups. So, what's next is that the court challenge could test the balance between the state authority and the taxi industry autonomy, with commuters caught in the middle. So we just hope that this violence, man, it may end, because sometimes, man, you're just catching a stray bullet out of nowhere. You know, you're going home, or you are from school, you're from work, the next thing, taxi violence just come, out of nowhere. Then when you catch a bullet out of nowhere, then you lose your life or you lose a family member because of the violence that is going through. So we just hope that authorities, they just get deep into this matter and it becomes solved, right? One of the headlines that we also discussed right here is that hiker rescued after fall on lion's head. So what happened is a 38-year-old woman was injured after slipping on the popular Lion's Head trail when hiking with friends. Her companions alerted Wilderness Search and Rescue, who deployed paramedics, volunteers, and SunParks rangers. So the woman was treated on site, stretched down the mountain, and taken to hospital. The WSAR commended the rescue teams for their dedication and urged hikers to save their emergency number. And if you know that you are a hiker, every time you go on and hiking, there's an emergency number that you can call if anything happens on the scene. So please, guys, if you go hiking, do make sure that you are careful, man. You are cautious and you wear necessary clothes. You know, when you're going hiking after work, just to I'm unwinding, come on, my guy, come on, just go home and then you'll come back a weekend.
But then of course,
switch on your mic.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
But then of course, you can always go with like a qualified guide, like masike. So
yeah. Always seek a guide, man, because mina ngunta bizita.
Yeah, so I'm actually thinking soon, man. Prime Card Creatives needs to do a hiking something limasike. But good things are going here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, because you know what, we are running multiple giveaways. We give the people what they want here on the Vooka Breakfast Show. So of course there are multiple giveaways that you guys should be looking forward to. Of course, right now the one that we had on Friday was the Spice IQ quiz for Flavor Fridays. So yeah, man, I'm seeing right here on our page the entries are coming in. It's looking good. Of course, Wednesdays are when we will be revealing the winner right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show. But you can go right there on our page and enter iskati sise khona, guys. It's not too late. Of course, do you think you know your spices? It's time to test your spice IQ with the Flavor Fridays giveaway with Amapelepele Spices for Africa. So there's a quick fire quiz where you should be guessing the spice from the clue given on the post, and of course dropping the answer in your comments to stand a chance, of course, to win a flavor packed Amapelepele spice hamper that will be delivered to you faster than the speed of light. Because you know what, they are promising Uguti, if we give them the name Ekseni by the afternoon, when your prize is going to be in your hand. Of course. And you're going to be spotlit, man. You will be on our page as the winner. You will join the winner's circle. And of course, don't forget, if you were a fashion girly, like I said, hot girl summer season is coming up. You're going to be stepping into your soft girl era. And you could be the For Instance muse, because Prime Cut Creatives, in collaboration with For Instance and the Vooka Breakfast Show, are hosting a model search for a editorial fashion shoot.
Beautiful.
Man, imagine,
Beautiful.
think lights, camera, action. So of course, if you're somebody that's always wanted to be featured on, in something amazing, with yourself looking beautiful and of course snatched up, don't miss out on that opportunity to be the, for instance, muse. And of course, another giveaway that we are excited to be giving to you right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show is a chance to win a ticket to the Soweto Kota Festival coming up this weekend. This weekend is bringing big things, man. Like I said, big things are going right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show. So you don't want to miss a beat. We are your very energetic start to the day and that daily positivity, because vele ba feature me now. So with me, wherever I am, I bring the good vibes. I am your local vibe dealer.
Yeah, and if you think we are joking, man, just visit our social media platforms. You will see everything that we are talking about, right? Yeah, if umotoratang, to read posts and just browse pictures, don't worry, we've got you covered.
Yeah, man, and shout out to our top fans, and of course, Vooka Nation. You can become a Vooka Nation member on our page right here on YouTube by joining and being a member for those exclusive perks and many more things that are coming up that we have in store for you as a Vooka Nation soldier. And I'm a soldier, guys.
Yeah,
I see an MP na so many, because every day is a fight for survival. But with the Vooka Breakfast Show, every day is a daily dose of positivity for that energetic start to the day.
Isocha el Felembini. And speaking of Isocha el Felembini, remember that before the break, I just gave you a sneak peek of what we're going to be speaking about, in which the time is now, right?
Yes.
Now. So, of course, guys, sometimes you go through the week, you work hard, you push yourself through the limit, and you get yourself tired, man. And you get yourself that, oh my goodness, the more I the way I'm so invested, the way I am so, in tuned with my work, I want to unplug, I want to unwind. And how do you do that? You are Nanje personally at home, because of course sometimes you're thinking, no man, can't unwinding and unplugging is the same thing. Don't worry, man. So when we speak about unplugging, we're speaking about disconnecting from technology and digital overload. Your phones, laptop, social media, and notifications. So unplugging is just you going off the grid. You are nowhere to be found. You have disconnected from all of those digital devices that you have with you, right? That's you unplugging. Then unwinding is relaxing and of course releasing stress mentally or physically, regardless of whether tech is involved. So that is you relaxing. They are there, your devices are there, but now you're trying to unwind. You are relaxed. You're not just putting much more effort in each and every activity that you do. But now the core difference between the two is that unplugging is about what you're stepping away from, and unwinding is about what you are stepping into, a calmer state of mind.
Yeah.
And the question will be, TC, how do you unwind? How do you unplug? Or do you actually unplug or unwind?
So lately, something that I have been struggling with is detachment.
Yeah.
So, man, I'm so invested in my creative work and my creativity, because everything that I do, it's like I put my heart and soul into it.
Yeah.
So essentially, every project I'm involved in has a piece of me in it. So, because of that, man, I sometimes can't switch off.
Yeah.
I find myself obsessing over details, thinking and sometimes overthinking. I mean, of course, I'm somebody who has been, diagnosed with mental health conditions. So there are certain, symptoms of that play into some of the characteristics that I exhibit when I go through my creative process. So it becomes something that I have to work on consistently. Perhaps sometimes it has to do with like very in line with the work itself, but like in relaxation form.
Yeah.
So because, you know, I'm a creative being, I love being outside, nature, art. So because let's say maybe I'm right now, like I've got my thoughts are stuck in a loop.
Yeah.
Because sometimes what happens when I want to start, you know, fleshing out details, what happens is my mind goes into a thought loop. So things just, instead of going forward or thinking outside of anything, a certain thought just goes over and over and over in my mind, and I can't go past it, and I can't see it. So in essence, it becomes a block. Then to do that, I have to maybe in something in line to give me inspiration or get me over that block. I'd have to maybe go on a hike or visit or be amongst creative beings, be with friends who perhaps think and feel like me in a way, you know, where we have things in common, man. Like maybe we're going to like a vibey, chilled place, Victoria Yards, maybe we're doing First Sundays, or we're going to, you know, some farmers market, or we're going to Native River, something to chill. But it's going to be surrounded by the people, because somehow I'll end up having a conversation with someone and something will spark in me, an idea will land, and immediately now it's like that thought loop have been surpassed, and now I've got a solution for whatever problem maybe I might have been looking at in a project that I want to start or want to do or whatever. So so with me it has to do with disconnecting in a way from thoughts, so going outside of my head, because most of being a creative thinker and always having to come up with strategies and having creative plans and going into creative projects, I'm always thinking, and those things happen in my mind. So I want something that will disconnect me from my mind, but also connect me somehow with other parts of myself. So that's what that is for me.
And this, of course, man, it blends in with a conversation you're going to have with Osvaldo later, you know, which is the DiMartini method, a strategy that doesn't just change how you think, but how you live. Right, so I hope that you are ready for that conversation as we are talking about unplugging and unwinding.
Hey, and plus, you know, like when I was heavy in corporate, you know, working office anyway, it's spreadsheet after spreadsheet. Manager, it's like, can I please have the report for this? Can you help me with this file? Yo, that time, you know, around this time of the year, if you know you're a corporate girly, you're starting to feel like some sort of a slump. You know, you're excited because, you know, there's a change in the air, there's some buzz, you know, there's some energy in the air, but also your mind is like, it's getting into vacay mode, like where you like, hey, short left nyana. Now people are starting to think of Mozambique beaches. People are thinking, to Bani, you know, I want to go to South Beach or wherever, you know, they're starting to think things like that. Now office ninje mauthi sibantu bangicela ngise yo hayi angstress ngicela usuke nje,
you are a hard worker
uthilo ku CV kuthi wena you are hard ngoba guys masifuna imisebenzi,
you can work under pressure. There you go, under pressure right now.
And like, you know, what's sad is like some companies don't close at December or bavale late at December. So hey,
man. I mean, for some people, man, it's even bad because abantu, they are desperate for work. You know, there are companies that hire people and there is no
casual workers over certain seasons.
So other companies out there, there's no documents. It's just you coming to work, and whether you're on holiday, you're not getting paid. Whether you're injured, you're not getting paid.
I mean, I remember in 2010 my first job because it was the World Cup and everything. So, you know, I'm at Northcliffe High. I've got my white friend Kayla. Her mom is like, guys, you know, like you guys are about to matriculate soon, and you have to think about, you know, the working world, you know, what do you guys want to do? But, you know, because to get yourself some sort of experience, nyana, of the working world, I suggest you guys get part-time jobs in my restaurant as waitresses. And we went and we worked at a restaurant. Mina ngikhumbuli nje contract anything ngene lapha ngasebenza.
You just
and then
taking
when
orders.
I was order, and I'm like, wow, okay. And the restaurant, I'm not gonna name it. It was in Rand Park Ridge. As you know, pre-matriculants, and you know, sesida, and you know, I'm working. Mamaga Kayla uslanda every day. Uyasi Santa after school, and then yaslanda Dambama, because we'd be knocking off 11, 12.
Wow.
Because abantu bebangafuna ukulala kule restaurant, because it was like a pub and grill type of bar, and you know, type of those ones in those
so it'll go on
neighborhoods
till
in
late.
the suburbs. So I remember not having a paper there, and I don't remember them asking for most restaurant work value back in those times. Restaurant work where you didn't have like contract, not really, unless like you management maybe, and then my brother also, I almost named the place, but I'm not gonna name them. And then you know, when he got in there, he said because most of the workers there were foreign nationals. Like literally the restaurant, it was dominated. So then they worked him out of the place, like worked him out of there. Like Bamenze was so uncomfortable because the person, the owner of that specific place, chain of these places, wahlangana naye because he was going through something. No man, you seem like somebody who works hard and whatnot. Come through. Wamfaka la restaurant. Shim. They worked him out of there very badly. And no, like they worked him out of there in a sense of like they formed a community. Now you seem to be like that. You seem like that odd one out. Like you're the South African one, and then everybody's a foreign national there. So they thinking maybe because so funuk kunda zabo, or maybe because you're gonna rise to management or whatever. Whatever. Next minute the boss was like, but why Sifuna? No, you know, the environment is not working for me. Like, you know, it's almost as if I have to, you know, fight the system and fight the people working with me. I can't, you know, so it was a thing of like that. But the restaurant industry, man, for a long time has been an industry for foreign nationals. In my opinion. I mean, it was interesting, the observations and insights shared by Arnold Sibanda on migrant entrepreneurs in South Africa. And of course, that book, you know, that was to be discussed in that discussion they had when Xenoeconomics. Yes. So, you know, those kind of issues and topics are quite interesting, because I mean, remember now on Friday we reported right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show that they did a raid there in Chinatown, Bruma, in Bruma there, where they found, you know, 10 undocumented workers, and also then there was also that we spoke on that place Estenga in KZN, where, you know, there were those 300 undocumented workers that were found there, as well as how, you know, some of these places, in order to work and operate with undocumented employees, it's because of they work under horrendous and horrifying like conditions, you know. And then it comes to say guti yazini gahle gahle, like when it uguti vele, you know, obviously, as the complaint has always been guti ama South Africans are unemployable due to the fact guti there'll always be some other reason why bafuna bangakhona ukusebenza, you know. And then it's easier to just employ umuntu guti yena lana they've been through hell and high waters, and here is literally where they've told themselves they're coming to make it happen, do or die, you know. It's almost how, like, if you were to migrate now and go to America or wherever, or another town or another part or province, you will work yourself to the bone because ufuna ukuthi ekhaya, you know,
Of course,
usebenzele
man.
ekhaya,
And
jo,
prove
ekhaya
yourself.
bafuna babheke wena, you know, type thing.
Yeah. But regardless of, you know, the working conditions, or maybe if your working environment can allow you to be someone who in the weekend you can unwind,
yeah.
you know, and just unplug from everything, because you know now you have put on like 100% each and every day. So there's 2 days that you are given. You're just going to unplug, no emails, no nothing that connects you with your work. But now the real question is, can you unplug without unwinding, right? So an example is switching off your phone but still stressing about work or the chores. You are unplugged but you are not relaxed,
unwinded, yeah.
right? So this highlights how
Unwound,
you know, unplugging doesn't automatically mean peace of mind, because so many things can just, because I think this whole context of of having a phone and this device, how it works, it is worked to program and wire your mind to a point where you will even hear the notification in your mind, even if the phone is off. And
especially
you're like,
that
"Nah,
iPhone.
man." And you'll be like, no man, you know, my phone is off and I feel like there's an important email that will come that I need, you know, to respond to.
Man, that's why there was a point, Nina. I like, as much as yes, I was telling everybody, it's because like if only I'm my CB. In a way, it was like me taking a digital cleanse, because it was bad, man. There was a time I was my phone. I need because I use it both as a working I would use a laptop or a computer. I use it like in that manner as well, as much as I use it also for social media and stuff. So, you know, content creator, ngapha busy trying to service clients, ngapha you having to communicate, ngapha you busy, you having to edit izinto ku Canva or whatever, ngapha you kuningi. So it got to a point where my phone was to the point nayo beshisa, like it was like
it's too much, you know, I can't even take it no more. You know, when apps start crashing, just
like,
know my sister, relax.
But also, you know, it was a sense, because, you know, in 2019, when, you know, I went from e-corporate due to mental health issues, right?
Yeah.
I was somebody who was in day, like, for 3 years consecutively, I would be having to be booked into a facility.
Oh, really?
3 years consecutively, I would be having to be booked into a facility.
Work was just taking a toll on you.
Like things with just like work, life, everything was taking a toll. So mental health became like the breaking point of my life, where literally being a sharp, being a crandy, like being a and stuff. So you know, and then in 2019, by December, you know, the birth of Prime Card Creatives came about, because you know, as much as you know, good corporate, in a way, you have to be somewhat of a robot. You know, you have to be high output, and if you're not high output, then essentially the company views you as a liability. Do you understand? Because what they essentially want are results. Like man. You essentially what they want are results. Like we need the results from you, and since there aren't results that we're getting from you, yes, we understand there's life challenges, but that has nothing to do with you. They will always tell you it has nothing to do with them. But I don't understand how corporations can employ that kind of mentality when it has been proven with statistics that 90% of your time you spend at work. So essentially that has to be where you somehow are taken care of in holistically, because your time is spent there, everything, your energy, everything you put in there, which is why you know, in a way, you know, it's not good to as we appreciate and we don't say but I think more and more, and I'm at 2000 in a way, are starting to realize the matrix is rigged. You know, the matrix is rigged because certain things apply to a certain group of people, and beyond that, there's, you know, no rules in a way, so but then you start to understand life in a specific kind of way. So like you said, unwinding, we now the culture in society now is we need to take care of ourselves psychologically. So now therapy is becoming part of the culture now. We're saying we need to put a stop to whatever generational trauma that has happened, to say now guys, stop operating out of survival mode, which is where now your cortisol levels, your fight or flight hormones are high. So when those are high, that's what starts to affect your mental health. So now that's what was happening with me, and that's why you even find, even with weight, where now you're starting to become insulin resistant, and now your system is struggling to regulate itself hormonally, and then that starts to affect the way in which you operate, and then it starts to now affect the way you think and you feel. Of course, when you're not your chemicals in your body are not balanced, you're gonna start to either you start to be too high, sometimes where you start to be energetic. Now that's where you are now experiencing mania, and then you start to be too low, and then where now you're starting to feel depressed. But the aim here is to find balance, where you're on a plateau, where your hormones and your mental health, you're well balanced, your state, you have reached that state of equilibrium in everything, because then now you will start to see certain things in your life also will start to fall into place. So I guess mental health will be in October. That's mental health month. Yes. So
man. So
we'll tackle some of those in mental health month.
So it speaks to so much that is being involved in our day-to-day tasks. Into how do you try to find balance within that, and of course those questions, they go back to back into asking again, can you unwind without unplugging? Because watching Netflix, for example, listening to a podcast or gaming, still on a device, but mentally you are relaxing, because these young ones right now, bona they unwind gabo bombadilo crocodilo. You see your child there on YouTube watching bombadilo crocodilo.
Cappuccino Mamarilo. I feel like some of these things are starting to be tailored for us adults, because they know, people are starting to be at that age where you're parents, and then like these things, man, they help you also. Mina, I love watching cartoons, and also, I know there's a difference between cartoons and then anime. So guys, I mean cartoons, not anime. As much as obviously, yes, I do watch anime, but cartoons as well. I watch Amapopa, guys. My mom used to be like, they help me, man. I de-stress. I really unwind and unplug watching cartoons. Like in J, to go into that childlike state.
I mean, it's things that parents do not understand, because bona they never had the opportunity.
My mom can unwind. That woman can relax too. Mama, she can't relax. Hey, yeah, cool. Got to busy and spring cleaning. Didn't you say we are cool? Didn't you say you're not well? So can't you relax? Hey, menuklalak pela man. Hey, mbona ngati manjing moshiska. It's got sani siagupi. What do you have to do?
Rest.
You're old. Sit, relax, ma'am. Like, take up a hobby, have friends.
And this goes to just getting the huge, the distinct
distinction
between men and women on how they unwind, right?
True.
Because with men, others, they will tell you good rest and things like that. The next thing you understand?
And that thing is painful, man. Burnout. There's something called chronic burnout. You don't want to get there, man, because getting out of chronic burnout can be a lifetime mission. I'm still trying to get out of burnout, because that's what I did. Because I got out of matric, didn't go to like any college or whatever, went straight into the working world, studied while I worked, and then life was happening, and then motherhood, and then this, and then that, and then relationship ikali, and then the world, and then ekaya, and then it's a lot. So like a whole lot was happening, and just finding that work-life balance was starting to get a little hard, because Vele, when you're a young black South African, they like to say apartheid doesn't affect now or that were born after it, but it's a lie, because when you look at where most of us come from, it's a legacy of that, and then you have to work to build at that.
Yes.
Ukuthi manje umuntu can't be born ukuthi yena abe born ukuthi azakhele yena. Mela qala akhe ekhaya akabantu base you get. So it's not realistically, that's why even today we struggle with certain issues and certain socio-economic challenges in our communities, especially emakas, right? And that's why even now Abu Posa and them are trying to make, to campaign for townships being, zones of special economic activity. And I mean, we spoke to Ayanda Ali, I remember at Workers' Day when they were having that thing out there, Mtombo Hall and whatnot. There's a lot that I see that there are talks of remedying, but remedying it is also still a work in progress. We still have a lot to do, because you have to remember this was something that was done systematically over a long period of time. So undoing it is going to be take twice as long, because now what has happened is almost as if certain groups of people are in like sort of like a Stockholm syndrome, where you fall in love with the thing that's making you sick or not well, type of thing. It's crazy, but it's all something that we have to deal with, that every day, we come up with ways and a culture of facing up to, that a culture is literally a way of us living, right? And every day we create our own culture.
Exactly.
Yeah. And as the youth and as the people who are the future of tomorrow, it's things that we need to think about of what is our culture rooted in. Yeah. So it's that kind of thing, I mean, I love seeing young people, being creative. I love seeing them, saying that maybe, our society doesn't have to be, a bunch of people who are so miserable in their existence that they keep traumatizing those that come after them. It's a thing of, no, we need to be happier people. We need to be more loving people. We need to be more grounded people, as much as we are fun and creative and out there people. But also the society today is scary, man, because a lot is changing, and the mentality of the people in it is becoming, it's treading dangerously on morally starved. Like we are kind of like the
problem is we are adopting certain lifestyles that we cannot maintain, because there's you saying, okay, I want to live like this, but not knowing baba, there's the next 10 years coming. You have to keep up.
Live for YOLO, but it started when we were busy screaming there. Oguti, you only live once. That's the motto.
No, guys, there's some other things right now. They are starting, they're starting to relook at them, and people are starting to understand her name and bo upila guy one time. Hey Joe, you end up looking like a 50-year-old while you are 19.
That guys, where like now I see on the social media streets nyathanda ukukhuluma ngamaphuza face nokuthi una 22 wena uje, and how like they guys hey, social media streets, hey, wild. It's the wild west out there, man.
It's hectic, guys, Yeah, so it's these kind of things that we are looking into, because but Babang, they just believe hey guys, there's a certain way that you can unwind when you're at Kasi or when you're at suburbs. For someone, a typical guy he will think, you just go in a library, go to a coffee shop, sit there.
I think certain ways of unwinding also go with mentality.
Yeah, exactly.
With like, okay, what do you see, or what do you regard as unwinding and unplugging?
What's
your leisure time? What is leisure to you? What's fun for you? you know, and obviously fun is influenced sometimes by the environment you're in, you know. I mean, maulani kasi and like fun because every other corner guno ziyawa utwala mapati skidongo. I mean, you know, or is it, you know, your parks, your nature reserves, your hiking spots? I mean, we can't. Guys,
it must stop.
It must stop.
It must stop.
Soweto is the place to be. That's why Abantu come from all across the world and they know about Soweto.
Yeah, and I think one of the problem is you know, discovering at a certain moment, maybe when you are drunk, or wow, this is where my happiness. This is how I unwind, and a lot of people find their way through alcohol.
No, but also, yeah, as much as yes they do, but okay, I feel like it's a blessing and a curse to many of societies because there are households who experience the curse part of that.
Yeah.
Where now ubaba instead of good as endlini makagolile immediately ngalo mkholo wakhe wonke uyahamba yena uyohlala kwaMamthembi or wherever esikhoneni whatever tavern or laphana emakhoneni drink away ilentuzana umkholo wakhe wonke endlini uza amapoketa empty bambamba ibhantshi khona lapha abosisi bendawo.
Yeah, that's me go unwinding. Being broke.
Or abanye they go and blow it all lapha nesamiti. You know, throwing ones wonke emasamiti, you know, not coming home, umfazi yafika, daddy, mommy, where's daddy? So I mean there's the pros and the cons of every kind of recreational, not every kind, but some of these things that people regard as recreational, but they're actually substance abuse.
I mean, I feel like nowadays society is punishing people for being disciplined. And we are getting there, and we are going there, because now when you're someone of or no guys, I don't do certain things, they look at you
get
as
we get a bitter coffee sonar cycle. Like
understand,
no, guys,
like
don't
feel ashamed,
like no,
man.
like angphuzi or awsap. Like guys, ukuthi bengi phuze and angsapuzi. You know what happened to character development? Okay, ngikhulile ya saphuzi
you know,
sharp ngichaje khuluma ke, you know, angisayifuni. It's something I'm allowed to change my mind. Maybe bengiphuze, I was a party girl back in those days. Mara manje angisaphuzi. It's fine. I'm allowed to change my mind. Ngigrown manje sengigrand utshwala ngubonile bungisizi. Okay, angisathanda ukuvuka nginebhabhalazi. Ngigrand, you know?
Yeah,
I've changed. I don't want to do that. Maybe now I'd love to unwind in other ways, like by traveling, by seeing other parts of the world, by going places, by being a global citizen.
Exactly.
Maybe that's my other way of unwinding than uguthi nje ngiphelele tavern.
I mean, guys, please
not to down groove culture. Groove culture has its benefits because that's where, you know, some of the people in our creative communities make money.
Hey Mara, nowadays, man, I think they're just
Scots Mapuma. Okay, if there was no groove culture, would your fave Scots Mapuma be making money? No.
I mean, you would find ways.
Face.
You would find.
What ways?
Imagine
what ways?
There are countries right now, and I speak of countries like in Spain, in the UK. They have grown in the culture of festivals.
Okay.
And festivals, you know, they're well planned, well organized. We don't have things whereby people are becoming unruly.
So it's like, okay, do they give the artist a lump sums of money, like a lump sum, like something is a kubonga invest or something?
And the government or the monarch, they recognize you for the work that you're doing because you are an artist, right? If you are out there performing for people, you know, people understand or no, this work that is being done by this person is being recognized by the government. So okay, let us just stand there and enjoy the art. But here in SA, we see a lot of things happening, and also our artists are being involved in some of the crimes, you know, the syndicates that are going on, drugs and things like that. You know, that's how the groove culture
with,
is.
Like DJ Sambo,
you understand,
and like the whole thing, and looking into Kiernan Forbes and stuff. Like Guningi, guys, Guningi. But of course, you know, it happens in America, guys. I mean, have you watched what's that? Power.
They do happen. It happens in other countries.
Have you watched those movies? Abo, what's that one? Yaga Vin Diesel, where he's that extreme sport guy. Triple X. Literally, it shows you how even in Russia, whatever, all these how like illegal activities happen in groove culture, like where people have fun, entertainment.
Yeah.
So gahle corruption izotholakala anywhere where like greed and like that kind of mentality is employed, or anarchism or whatever.
Yeah, but in our country, man, it even goes to like these young ones, man, finding them go groove because of parents not playing their roles, of course, because we don't want to find ourselves once again with the issue in Nyobeni Tavern in the Eastern Cape.
Yes. Oh goodness me.
Where young people lost their lives.
That was bad.
Because they were going out there, they were going to have fun, but guys, those places they're not cut out for it. People can go and have fun out there.
My era, man. Hey, I love.
But yeah,
I'm not that old though. The way I'm making myself sound old.
Yeah.
I'm still considered as youth in South Africa. I'm considered as youth. I am youth.
Once you reach 21, more South Africa, umdala.
You see, Guti, that's sad. That is sad. Ukuthi nje ingane ziqala zincane ukwazi izinto.
Exactly. Right there in the comment section, Simamikalane coming through saying a new day, a new week, a new month. Good morning, Vooka Nation. Happy spring day. Hashtag Vooka breakfast show. And then Dani Ravele comes through saying, I have a friend who can unplug when we are unwinding, of course drinking, because he is always talking about his endless taxi stories, complaining why. He makes us feel so stressed and he is so annoying. Like you know those people who think like every story, it's a story that I can tell anyone because this is my way of unwinding. Like they are not aware that way now you just bro, like you even telling us things you're not supposed to hear.
Oh, but I think like that's the kind of people that take like hangouts as therapy sessions.
Hey,
but guys, for some people it is like but
you never know. Like you never know the kind of people you're going to meet wherever you are, because when now you are unwinding and there's a group of people, then you are
oversharing. I know. Ish. Guningi, man. I used to be guilty of oversharing at times.
Yeah. So there's a difference, man, between being unwinding and just becoming someone who is not doing who's just becoming irresponsible. So come on, we can't just say someone who is pouring out when
trauma
bonding. Never. No, guys, don't do that and do not promote those things, because abanye they even yo chomi kwenzakalani yo mamela yazi le mamela iphini kababami 1 2 3 4 That man gave me his pin. Ngitshele wena yazi, and ngitshela uthola imali and guys that there are people who would go to an extent of getting into your family affairs just to find out how can I get my way in, because ngiyaphanda mina. I'm at work here. I'm not listening to your stories. I'm listening to your stories to get into your affairs.
Oh yeah, because obviously we live in a capitalist system. So people are capitalize, man. Whatever chance they get, they look for opportunities to be to be on the upper hand, man, to take advantage. So sometimes that's why they say guard your energy.
Exactly.
I'm very big on guard your energy. That's why I create safe spaces with like-minded individuals, because if we're like-minded, we have somewhat of a similar perspective on life. So I get called, we don't listen, we don't judge, we listen, right? We listen, we don't judge. Right here, right? Those are spaces like Sacred Sundays, and that's why people like your Mwari pizza houses and those kind of prime cut creators, these are the mindful creators who understand that their energy, right, is an energy for impact, and that an energy that needs to be guarded and also used responsibly.
Yeah.
So, those are the kind of people that are, my tribe. That's my spirit tribe. And those are the kind of experiences, of course, that Prime Cut Creatives tries to bring. But of course, we just had one of our guests step into the studio, and it's 10 to 9 right now. That is the time right here on the 1st of September, a beautiful Monday. The sun is out, the birds are chirping, and of course, we're about to spice up your mornings. As you can see, Extra is back right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show to give you that extra flavor for your mornings with the pots and pans right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, because something is cooking a kishini, and he will be letting you know the meal of the day on this beautiful Monday, stepping into a new season, stepping into a new month, and of course a new week. It's 10 to 9, and our guest Hanneke van Linge is in the building right here from the Netherlands and based in South Africa. She will be talking on Nosh Food Rescue NPC. So don't go anywhere, because that conversation is one you do not want to miss out.
Yeah, but with that being said, let us just sum up the conversation we were just having, which is unwinding and unplugging, because you know that we also have what we call the cultural pressures that have to be always on, and we often confuse scrolling as unwinding now.
Doom scrolling, and that's not unwinding.
Yeah, when it's actually more stimulation. So social media breaks, versus the true rest that we are redefining in today's day and age. And of course, a healthy balance is one of the things. Unplugging creates space. Unwinding fills that space with restorative habits, reading, nature walks, meditation, and conversation. Not just any conversation, man, but thoughtful conversations, right? Why this matters today is because burnout is often linked to never fully unplugging. Anxiety can be tied to not knowing how to truly unwind. So lastly, the practical tips that we have for you is that start small, set a daily phone-free hour day. Any day you just have a 1 hour device-free day where you're not checking your emails, you're not checking your messages, WhatsApp, or any Instagram notification. I mean, yes, if you're a baddie, just have 1 hour of Instagram
digital
free.
cleansers, man.
Right?
May I go on those?
Yeah. So pair unplugging with unwinding. Put down the phone, then stretch, journal, or take a walk, right? Connect with yourself, with your inner self. It is very important, man, to bring back the energy that you have once lost, because yes, when you look back, that's when you connect some of the dots that you never thought they were there and they were existing in your life. So the last one is you need to build rituals. Tea time, prayer, music, or silence, should be part of your rituals for you to unwind, right? Or unplug from, your device-free world. So you need to make sure that, okay, wherever you are, maybe I'm just going to take the next 30 minutes praying or listening to music. You just know that what's happening right now is just listening to music. There's no thinking about work. There's no thinking about family. There's no thinking about problems that are always recurring in my day-to-day life. So those are the practical tips that you can use, because we know, man, and as Dendani mentioned right here, that his friend, when he unwinds, he drinks, right? So that is how most of the people unwind, and they think that is the healthy way of unwinding. When I'm drunk, I forget about my problems. No, my sister. They are coming back when you are sober.
That's true, man. Hey, man, that's just like swapping one problem for another, bro.
So those are practical, healthy tips for you at home if you are listening and watching, to say, guys, there is a difference between unwinding and unplugging, right? You can, of course, unwind while you are unplugging, and you can unplug while you are unwinding. So it is very important important that you have, your device-free days. You have your days whereby you just go out, maybe take a walk, leave everything. You're a parent.
That's why I cannot wait to go out there to Label's Backpackers, man.
Yeah, right.
That's
unwinding.
That's unwinding, man.
You understand?
To cycle, to hike, or to do all those activities that they have out there.
Yeah.
That's what I call unplugging and unwinding, because there I'll be having fun. I won't be thinking, woo, Nkosi yami, I must be looking a specific type of way. Yay. Plus, I'm not one of those people that truly just obsesses about how you see me. How you see me is how you see me.
What you see is what you get. Right?
And not good I match energy, but the energy that you get from me is the energy that reflects from you.
Yeah. 5 minutes till you hit 9 o'clock, and the conversation continues right there on YouTube. Use the hashtag Vooka Breakfast Show, and if you want to call us in or send us your voice note, the number to do that is 060-493-3226. 060-493-3226. Without wasting any time, let us take a short break, and then we are going to be in a conversation with our guest right here. So please don't go anywhere.
How? Chomi, you still cooking with cha, salt, and prayers. Yo. But don't stress, ungawari, because your time to shine in the kitchen is here. Amapele Spices for Africa and the Vooka Breakfast Show have said, let's bless you with some spices that will slap harder than Umama's 7 colors. Vugage Flavor Fridays is here. We're serving flavor, vibes, and vibes with flavor. Flavor Fridays is the only plug you need to turn your kitchen into a 5-star chill spot. For 8 weeks, you stand a chance to win spice hampers that take your meals from meh to just by subscribing and tuning into your daily dose of positivity for an energetic start to the day. So Hypo, what are you waiting for? Don't miss out. Flavor is calling. Waza.
Escape the ordinary and discover the extraordinary with Soweto Tours. Whether you're a group of friends or a family looking for a memorable getaway, Soweto Tours has you covered. Our all-inclusive tours take you to South Africa's most stunning destinations, from the scenic beauty of Mpumalanga to the vibrant life of Gauteng and the coastal charm of Durban.
It is still your energetic start to your day, accompanied by that daily dose of positivity. Please do make sure that you stay with us and connect with us throughout our social media platforms. We are Vooka Breakfast Show. Yes, it's still Monday morning, and you know that Monday comes with motivation. As we announce that we are going to be joined by our first guest for this Monday, Mrs. Hanneke van Lenge, the founder of Nosh Food Rescue, an inspiring figure who has touched countless lives with her selfless and tireless work in around Gauteng. She is here with us, and of course looking beautiful this morning. A very good morning to you, and how are you this morning?
Good morning. Very well, very well.
We are very excited to have you right here. Of course, stepping into a new week, we want to step into the new week with purpose and of course alignment, because we cannot wait to hear of the work that you're doing, with the Nosh Food Rescue, man. I mean, food rescue is something that is a serious topic and something that affects many communities, given that we are in Africa, but more importantly, South Africa. And socioeconomic challenges are something that are faced by many every day. So, man. Yeah. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, and one would ask, why are we rescuing food instead of eating it? Right? And I think it's one of the questions, and of course, our listeners and the people who are watching from home, they want to know that, okay, please tell us about the origin of the organization and what inspired its founding.
So I inherited a soup kitchen in 2015. You might at some stage notice that I have the word no tattooed on my hand because I heard your topic a little bit earlier about boundaries and about setting time. I can't say no. I have no boundaries. It's shocking. So I went for lunch and I came home with a soup kitchen.
Wow.
And that was in 2015. And then somebody arrived one day with 2 big bags of rolls and donuts and cupcakes. And they said, "Can you use these for your soup kitchen?" And I said, "Of course I can." And that got me started on the journey of learning about food waste and about how ridiculous and how much food waste there is. So if you're ready for a statistic, South Africa throws away 10.6 million tons of food a year.
Where does this food go?
Landfill. 10.6 million tons of food goes to landfill. It's 30% of our production. And what's also scary is that is the global average. 30% of food grown in the world goes to landfill. Now you understand why I talk with my hands.
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
And yes, one would also want to know in terms of what is it that drives your work? What is the mission and the vision for this organization?
So I always say we do what we do today so that more people can eat tomorrow. You know, the opposite of that is if we don't do what we do today, less people eat tomorrow. And that's
true.
That's one hell of a motivator.
Yeah.
That is one big motivator, an important one, because I mean, food security is a huge topic right now happening in the world.
Yeah.
Very much so.
And the statistics, man, when you look at the food waste, as you mentioned, that it is the largest component of municipal solid waste and making up to 21% of what is sent to the landfills. Food waste is a significant global issue, right? And how do you now define success in your organization's work?
I guess one of the hashtags we use is feed bellies, not bins. Yeah, so even a small success is already a success. We don't have to measure our successes by massive numbers. But since about 2020, which is when we really started scaling up in response to Corona, we've done over 12 million meals. And I think that measures success to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Although it's not enough.
Yes.
William Kentridge had a quote the other day which really resonated with me. He says, "It's not enough, but it's not nothing."
Yeah.
So
That's a beautiful one. Give her a hand clap. I thought you were going to give her a hand clap, but that one is...
It deserves a po-po-po-po. So, for your team, what does a typical food rescue operation look like?
I think the concept of team is a little bit odd because I've built an organization which is very shallow, and I work very closely with my beneficiary organization. So the soup kitchens, the shelters, the feeding schemes.
Yeah.
So it might be that I get a call for 200 liters of milk.
Yeah.
Then I need to make sure that there's somebody with buckets that can collect.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's bottled. I get a call for 17 pallets of packet soup. Then I need to make sure that the correct vehicles get to the right donor to be able to distribute into their community. So it's not just one team doing collecting, and every day looks different. We collect post-retail, we collect from individuals, we collect from stores, from caterers. It really depends on what comes our way. So there's no there is no what does a given day look like. It's always mayhem.
Yeah, nice. And we know that in each and every organization, and every work that we do from day to day, there are challenges that we face. So please walk us through some of the challenges that you guys face in your logistics or recovery.
So logistics, again, a lot of it sits with my beneficiary organizations. So you can imagine, vehicles are often a problem. Fuel is often a problem. Electricity to charge cell phones to get messages is a problem. All the type of resources that small non-profits face. Because they're the ones in the front line doing all the work in their communities. So those challenges, obviously, they all face individually. It's a challenge that we face as a small non-profit as well, obviously. The challenge of scaling. How do you scale when you don't have funding in order to pay people to help you scale up? Because there is still so much food going to waste, and we would love to tap into it all to be able to feed more people. But we are restricted by the bottleneck that is funding. We need to start getting better funding so that we can scale up, employ people, upskill them, and grow this organization.
So do you believe that perhaps the funding is where the issue is, or perhaps involvement of community and people at large?
I think I am a bottleneck at the moment, to be honest. So in order to take, let's say, 10 of the functions that I fulfill and outsource those to 10 people, even part-time, would already free me up to work on the business and not in the business, for example. So, I think those types of monetary resources or skills resources for me are super urgent right now, because then we will scale up. And then we can also grow our skills development programs more, and our gardening programs more, and our composting. You know, everything will grow more if I can clone myself. And until that technology doesn't exist.
I can relate, man, when you know, are at the center of it all. You know, of course, because you drive the mission forward, and of course you've got the vision. So how do you ensure that food safety and quality on the rescued food?
It's part of the skill development that we are looking to develop is training around food safety, hygiene, date labeling, etc. We do find, and it is a risk, that when people are very hungry, they will eat anything.
That's true.
You know, so we have to be very careful when we start teaching waste management, for example, and how our beneficiaries manage their waste, that it doesn't end up in, let's say, a normal waste stream and some green chicken or something. And that somebody who is really that desperate will say, okay, I will run it under a tap and I will eat it. So there is constant communication around, is this safe, is this not? My beneficiaries will communicate with me saying, this, you know, this has been opened, is it risky or not? Or, you know, they know if it's swelling, they shouldn't. If it's fermenting, they shouldn't. But it's ongoing skills development, and we'd really like that to broaden that a lot more. But again, I'm only one, so
because you don't want to make people, you know, you don't want people to be ill, because now you're not alleviating the problem, you're adding to the problem. So that's actually quite, you know, that's important. So
it is.
I know, you know, you're mentioning that you're one. So now it leads me to the next question, because I want to know what types of like partnerships would be key and are key, you know, to your food rescue efforts.
I think it would be super useful for us to collaborate with, let's say, a social media team, for example, because we need to get the story out there in order to attract more people. It would be super useful to have a fundraiser, a full-time or a dedicated fundraiser on board. But ideally somebody that would be prepared to start doing a lot of the grant writing and the proposal writing in exchange for working on a commission basis. Now, I do know the South African Institute of Fundraisers frowns against that. I know that. But it takes money to make money.
You need to find a way, you need to find a way to live or to progress, I mean.
It takes money to make money, and, you know, the more you're going to, a fundraiser specifically would have to start making the money by which I could afford them, for example. It would be really useful to have a volunteer and intern coordinator, for example, to start getting maybe some youth employment, some work readiness programs. I don't have the time to babysit a lot of the people that come into the work integrated learning programs, but it would be really useful to have a company or a team that specializes in managing people and volunteers and those types of things. So collaborations, obviously I think you're thinking more in terms of donors, but we grow exponentially, you know, according to our resources. So those donations come in organically already. People already find us. You found us on Facebook or on the website or on YouTube or wherever. Donors will find us. People like-minded will say, hey, I have surplus, who can I find? And they tend to find us at the top of the list. So the more, that's why I say, from a social media and marketing perspective, the more we get out there, the more those types of donations would start coming in. But it would be really useful to have a full-time procurement officer that can proactively go and look for more donations and expand further into the other provinces, etc. So it's pretty much any help that a small sort of non-profit social enterprise needs is what we are going to need.
And this of course leads to advocacy and building awareness out there. What are key policy and public awareness goals we are working on right now?
So Nash joined the South African Consumer Goods Council in 2019. They established a food loss and waste initiative. So we joined them when they launched in 2019 as an associate signatory. So there's a lot of work being done by the Food Loss and Waste Initiative across the board. So it's starting, at the moment they have a campaign which is targeted at households, how to reduce food waste. Yeah. It's a short campaign. They've been working on a food donation best practice guideline for encouraging donations from donors, from retailers, from producers, from farmers. So we were instrumental in getting that set up. We're looking at establishing a directory of recognized and reputable food rescue or food donation type organizations. There's we put together a bunch of material for government to be able to change legislation around what happens with food surplus and food waste, because I always say food is surplus until we waste it. Waste is a verb.
Yes.
So how do we stop it from getting to the point where it is waste and starts becoming unsafe? All of those steps up to that point is where we should have solutions, and we would like to have solutions that it is not wasted at that point.
Yeah.
So, the legislation around liability needs to change in South Africa.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different projects that are being worked on, but it really needs to be worked on at all levels in the food value chain.
Yeah.
Man, I can relate to this because I remember at the beginning of the year, we hosted a vision board and pizza event, and at that event we had the Bosmont Community Green Project. I'm not sure if you know them. If you don't, I will put you in touch with them, because you guys together can make so much happen, because they at this place where at this event experience that I organized, they taught us about the Bukashi method, right, for eco waste. So where you can use that to get rid of your eco waste. So it's things like that. I understand that it's usually things like that where people can come together, collaborate, and actually make a bigger impact. So I'm actually going to put you in touch with Debbie. She's a wonderful woman, and I'm sure you guys can make amazing things happen. So that gets me to the next question, right? How do you engage the community or policymakers in conversations about food waste and food insecurity? Because one way we did it was through that event, because that was a way of us spreading that awareness on eco waste.
So I guess in my personal capacity as Nosh, we engage on a level, but then obviously through my engagement with the Food Loss and Waste Initiative, it's being tackled at a much higher level and as a policy level. True. There's now a food donation guideline that's being formulated through SABS, which means there'll be a very interesting standard that'll be implemented. Although it does worry me a little bit, the more rules and the more legislation and the more layers of compliance and red tape one puts on top of these things, the more potential waste there could be. So we need to be careful that we don't over legislate it and over red tape it a little bit, but there does need to be change in the
process.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's man. And this is so much information for one, to digest and process, because they would like to say, hey guys, can you please put it in a simple form for me to understand? Because I hear you guys are talking about food and things like that, but you mentioned that it will be nice, of course, for you to be part of those skills development and community training, just to get people on board and make the ship move. So what kinds of skills do you help community members develop?
So at the moment, it's really around food safety and hygiene. We've got a nice collaboration with UJ Pete's, which is an energy.
Yes.
They're a really nice unit. So they've been working on some elementary training. One of our collaborators and beneficiaries is a culinary school in Midrand. So we'll be trialing that particular bit of skills development and training there with 40 of our beneficiaries in the Alex Vusimusi Ivory Park kind of area. And then we'll grow on that. This is a pilot. So we try to teach a lot of, homesteading, for example. Everybody can make a difference in their own community and in their own home. So composting, waste management, you spoke about Bukashi, all of that kind of thing. But also we need to trust our noses and our fingers and our taste a little bit more when it comes to food, because we've been so conditioned to just like the date on the package.
That's what my mom used to say. That is what my mom used to say, like, hey man, relax. Like, I know it says, but come on. Then she refrigerates certain bread, and then like when she takes it out, sometimes she used to to use drying it in the sun, right? Those kind of methods just to to preserve food. My grandmother used to, because at the time there was no electricity where they lived, so she'd like use deep fried oil. So like she'd use to that to like kind of try and preserve meat instead of for it to go off, right? So those kind of methods that like, you know, people in their homes can employ in like not wasting food, guys, because I know somebody who used to bulk buy. You know, I know that, you know, people in the suburbs, man, I told you, I went to North Cliff High, so I used to go to people's houses. They have walk-in pantries where there's so much food, and then when you like go in, right, and you look at the expiry, some of it has been sitting there for ages. Some of it, they even forget that it's there because there's so much food there, and then from there it goes where? The dustbin. And then, you know.
One of my big bugbears. So, so food preservation. And indeed, for a lot of our beneficiaries that might struggle with electricity, let's have a look at food preservation methods that don't require electricity, like solar dehydration, for example, or fermentation, or pickling. So, a lot of those culinary skills, which is why it's so exciting to collaborate with a culinary school, because they, you know, they've got all the CETA-approved courses for that kind of.
I love that.
And you mentioned homesteading right here. Can you please tell us why is it important in your NPO's mission?
Well, I mean, I'm a homesteader. I'm a bit of a permaculturist. So, you know, I'm being Dutch. You introduced me as being Dutch. We're very thrifty. We're very frugal. So the whole waste not, want not thing. We can throw lots of cliches at this. So yeah, we're very reliant on infrastructure. We're very reliant on authority. We're very reliant on agencies outside of our own purview. So we need to become more self-reliant. And I say we, I think it's everybody can do a little bit more, although granted that there's a lot of people who don't have financial resources who are already doing a lot of this kind of thing. And I shouldn't presume to be teaching them. They can teach me a lot of things. Like you say, I mean, I've not heard of the deep frying, the oil, the meat thing. I would love to learn.
My grandmother, man, you know, you just learn sometimes by living, right? Because I said, you know, the one quote by myself that I love is that the best form of advocacy is lived experience. Because that's the best form of advocacy, because when you live and you experience things, then only then, because some things you can only find out by actually going through them. So man, you know, I've got a great community of eco warriors that I'd love to put Nosh, you know, food rescue in touch with, because then, you know, in the mission that she's doing out there, they can help drive that. And of course, like she's saying, more hands on the ground can help make a bigger impact. So we need that, because of course the numbers are still high when we're looking at food wastage, and of course we are faced with, of course, food security issues in our society. So to curb that and of course work on alleviating that issue, we have to work together.
And you know that living comes with learning, and with learning there's a bit of you know, evolving inside of it, which ways sometimes they do change, and you have to kind of adopt, you know, the modern ways. So how do you balance traditional knowledge with modern sustainability techniques?
So that's a lot of learning that I do from my beneficiary organizations, like this little bit of learning that I've just done here. Is I really try to be sensitive to our communities, because they have those lived experiences. So we do try to integrate, and we try to share. So we try to get also in the communities for them to talk to each other. I think I do more learning than teaching from a traditional skills perspective. But for example, say the culinary school, again, they're quite involved with indigenous ingredients, for example, and gardening methods. So
yes, man. You know, I know one chef that is quite prominent with that, and you know, she's doing amazing work in the space. Someone else I want to put you in touch with, her name is Chef Noni Morenyana. She's doing, do you know her?
Love Noni.
Noni is amazing.
She's lovely. So in 2020, when we started upping our game with respect to the volumes that we were collecting, Noni was at Victoria Yards. And we started the soup kitchen there. So the People's Pantry is still one of our beneficiary organizations. They run, those 6 soup kitchens have been running since then. Noni is no longer involved. Funny enough, you mentioned in your segment earlier on talking about Lebos.
Yes.
I think the last time I saw Noni was at Lebos. And then I also saw her at an indigenous ingredient or indigenous crops launch with Professor Hemakesa at UJ.
Yes.
So I know she's a powerhouse, that one. She's lovely. Noni, hello.
She's going to see this. I know she will.
Yeah, she has to better. And we know that, in the work that you do, there's so many misconceptions that people build, and, they will go around and telling people that, no, man, this is not how it's done. So what are the most common misconception businesses, or the institution people have about, food rescue?
I think the big thing is the date labeling.
Yeah.
There's a lot of education that needs to be done around the difference between a best before date, which means that's at its crunchiest, at its crispest, at its freshest, or a sell by date, which means by then it has to be off the shelf at the retailer, or the use by date. Now, the use by date is the one that you really should start paying some attention to, especially when it comes to fish and animal products, for example, because that's where you start getting some deterioration of the product. But the legislation around the date labeling, I actually spoke at a food safety, hygiene and date labeling seminar a couple of months ago, and the legislation around date labeling is a morass. It is a maze. It's a little bit sitting over here and a little bit sitting over there, and there's some in forest and fisheries, and there's some in it's all over the place. It's really, really hard to decipher, certainly as an individual, but as a producer to have to kind of adhere to all of this is complicated. And as an individual, it's very hard to really figure out what those dates actually mean. So a lot of people and institutions and companies are rather on the safe side. They would rather dump it than take a risk, again, because of our legislation. So that legislation needs to change. So there is work being done on the date labeling, sort of making it clearer and clearer for people that don't understand the difference between all of these things, because many people don't. The only reason I do is because I delve into it so deeply. So there needs to be education at sort of at grassroots type level, at kitchen level, to educate people on what is safe and what is not. And it's not necessarily just the date. But there also needs to be that incentive to donate at sort of legislative level so that the liability can be shifted away from donors in good conscience.
Well, beautiful work. So now, can you please share an example of a successful, consulting project that significantly reduced weight?
It's a hard one because I think every meal is a success. You know, every person that doesn't go home hungry is a success. So I think my personal best victory, I think, is actually Chef Koo Pillay, who he started Chefs with Compassion with me at the beginning of COVID, and he had his eyes opened to waste. He's obviously in the hotel industry. He up to very recently was with Marriott, and he started implementing a lot of waste management strategies at Marriott hotels. So that impact is far-reaching. And
and of course, I mean, hospitality is a multi-million rand industry with so much food that goes through there.
It's just very hard in hospitality. It's one of the more risky forms of food rescue because a lot of the time that food has been sitting at a certain temperature for X amount of time. So it's sort of high maintenance to try and rescue out of hospitality. Can be done. Especially when bigger premises, for example, have flash freezers. To make it safe to allow a rescue organization to have more time to deal with the produce. Or you can't take food off a buffet easily, for example. It is hospitality is hard to rescue from. But it's across the board. It's not just hospitality. The bulk of our waste actually happens from the farm to the processor, to retail. Because and our agents, APAC agents, I forget what the acronym is. They are the council that handles all the produce agents. They did a study some years ago, and they say that the bulk of our waste is the first 100 meters off the farm, because all that produce gets packed into pallets, into boxes, into pallets, goes onto the truck, and then the first 100 meters off the farm is full of potholes, and everything bounces around, and then by the time it gets to the buyer, it's damaged. So it gets dumped.
Considered as damaged goods, and then
So we waste in South Africa probably about 48% between the farm and the retailer.
Wow.
And our households is only 15% of that 10.6 million. So the rest of sub-Saharan Africa is about 8%. But in South Africa, because we're a bit more industrialized, there is more waste at household level.
Wonderful, man. And we know that in each and every organization, they would like to hear feedback, and there is a data that is collected, of course, to help the organization grow. What kinds of data or feedback are most valuable to your organization?
Sure. I guess the smiles. I don't. All data. So we look at. I keep coming back to it.
It's natural. It's natural because it's literally how you measure your success and why you even started doing it.
It is. So monitoring and evaluation is hard for a small non-profit to do because it gets very intense and it's very in depth. But there have been plenty studies done out there on what is the impact of feeding people in a community. There was a study done by UJ some years ago in Diepsloot.
Yes.
And they said once they started feeding specifically the men in the community that might not have known where the next meal was coming from, rape statistics went down by 40% almost immediately.
Wow.
There's such a direct connection between the quality of nutrition in your brain and what they call impulse control.
True.
Okay. Massive.
Man. That's why I always say, man, mental health is such a key part of advocacy. Because really when you start to look at psychology, not mental health as such, but psychology. Psychology is such a key part of advocacy work because people's perspective and their mindset towards certain issues and topics and things that we discuss or look at or try to advocate for is quite important. That is the importance because it's the mindset. How do people look at food? How do people, regard food as wastage? Things like that.
But I think we need to also understand what the actual physical impact is of nutrition in our bodies. 20% of the nutrition we get in the course of a day goes to our brain. And if we don't have adequate nutrition, we obviously know from a childhood perspective it's malnutrition and stunting. And the long-term impacts of malnutrition and stunting, it sets a person back for life.
True.
So, but out of that 20% of our nutrition that goes to our brain, if it's not adequate, then indeed things like impulse control go out the window. And our mental health is very hard to maintain if we do not have something in our stomachs. Part of why we need to feed kids before they go to school. Because on an empty tummy, your brain cannot absorb information. So it's all good and well to say mental health, is important and psychology is important. But if your nutrition is not there, then your body cannot come up with that, with those kind of hormones, and cannot come up with those systems and the executive function to be able to administer that. So we need to really acknowledge that there is such a link between those things. You can't have them separately.
It all goes hand in hand.
So
in my opinion.
just before we let you go, last question: how can people support or get involved with your mission?
I think the best thing to do is to get hold of us through our socials or through our website. So it's noshfoodrescue.co.za, or you can find us on Instagram, Nosh Food Rescue NPC, or Facebook. Reach out, say, we heard you on Vooka, saw you on Vooka, and let's have the conversations going forward on how to reach out and how to communicate around these things.
So, for anybody probably right now wondering, is there any, new programs, initiatives, or collaborations that you're actually working on right now or that are coming up? Anything that you would like to inform, the Vooka Nation about the Nosh Food Rescue that's coming up? Maybe something that they can get involved in.
Nothing right now, although it is Heritage Day coming up, and we may very well have an event around Heritage Day.
Yeah.
29th of September is the International Day for the Awareness of Food Loss and Waste.
And
I've got a bunch of students at the Eduvas College that are doing, the graphic design students, that are doing a lot of content for that particular sort of awareness day. So I think if people can hop onto the socials and see what campaigns we're going to be running there, there'll be a Buy Me a Coffee campaign. So for $30-$40, your next cappuccino that you might be prepared to donate to Nash, for example. That's an ongoing thing. But there's a lot of things that'll be coming up in the next few months, but I can't give you any exact dates right now because we need to formulate them right now, because we just had a lovely deadline we had a lovely event on Thursday called an Odd Plate Dinner. So what we do is we bring a selection of this random produce, and it is really random, that we rescue, and we take it to a culinary school. And in this instance, it was the Hospitality and Trading Academy, or the HTA School of Culinary Art in Randburg.
In Randburg,
and the principal and the students then get faced with this chaos that I bring in, and they turn it into the most amazing meal. So that was the deadline last week. Beautiful. We should have another one coming up. So I would really recommend to people, pop onto the socials. That's where sort of communication will happen. Drop us an email. It's info@noshfoodrescue.co.za, and what we'll do is we'll pop you onto the mailing list, and you'll hear from us that way. But I look forward to engaging.
Amen. And of course, the Vooka Breakfast Show, we would love to get involved. You should let us know, how we can partner with you guys in order to get any of your initiatives out there, and of course, get to know your beneficiaries as well. Just for exposure for them as well.
Let's do an odd plate brunch at Vooka sometime.
And of course, because we have a pots and pans segment right here on the show.
At least then I can get my coffee.
Yeah, because you can smell, man. Something is cooking already. The aroma is permeating throughout the studio, man. Extra, as you can see him behind us there, man. He's there in the pots and pans doing, what he does best in the kitchen. Because if he's not cooking up a meal, man, he's cooking up some visuals. But of course, we will be getting up there in the kitchen to get to know him and what he is making more a little bit better. And maybe you can get your cup of coffee, man. She's been this woman has been crying for a cup of coffee, guys. Vooka, what are you doing to this woman? Get her a cup of coffee. So man, the time is 9:31. Of course, our next guest has also just joined us in the studio, Osvaldo Nyaka, coming back for the millionth time. He's one of the faves right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show. And of course, he is bringing you some Monday motivation, because we will be talking on using the DeMartini method, not only as a tool, but as a way of life.
Powerful and mindful tool. And with that being said, thank you so much for coming. And till we meet
again. I know we're gonna meet again.
Right?
My pleasure.
But what we're gonna do right now is to take a short break, and then when we come back, Osvaldo will be right here with us. So please do not go anywhere.
How? Chomi, you still cooking with cha, salt, and prayers. But don't stress, ungawari, because your time to shine in the kitchen is here. Amapelepele Spices for Africa and the Vooka Breakfast Show have said, let's bless you with some spices that will slap harder than Umama's 7 colors. Vugage Flavor Fridays is here. We're serving flavor, vibes, and vibes with flavor. Flavor Fridays is the only plug you need to turn your kitchen into a 5-star chill spot. For 8 weeks, you stand a chance to win spice hampers that take your meals from meh to just by subscribing and tuning into your daily dose of positivity for an energetic start to the day. So Hypo, what are you waiting for? Don't miss out. Flavor is calling. Waza.
is Musi Mist.
My name is Moketi Maimane.
Catch us every weekday morning, Monday to Friday, between 7 and 10.
Right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, brought to you by the Blinko Network.
Always bringing you the best content possible.
Vooka Nati, wake up with us and kickstart your day on a great note.
This is your energetic start to the day.
There is a smell.
It's smelling nice, man. It's smelling nice. Yeah. But yeah, with that being said, man, welcome back. Of course, you're still with us right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, man. I hope that you're having a wonderful Monday morning. Of course, you know that Monday comes with motivation, and that is the motivation that we are, giving you each and every Monday with our guests right here. With that being said, let us not waste any time and welcome, of course, our second guest, the man who has once again came back, of course, to sit down with us and talk, everything that speaks to us as human beings in our communities and how we try to navigate through life. Mr. Osvaldo, welcome back and good morning. And how are you doing this morning, man?
Good morning. I am so grateful to be here amongst everyone here.
How are you?
Voice,
yeah.
So really,
oh man, that's Valdo, man. Of course, if you do not know who this gentleman right next to me is, of course, he is a certified DiMartini method facilitator and financial expert. Born in Mozambique, moving to South Africa in 1996 and falling in love with the diversity of this beautiful country of ours that we're celebrating this Heritage Month. And of course, he studied economics for 2 semesters at UNISA and decided to graduate in search of a passion. And he discovered the love for public speaking through Toastmasters. And it has since become a life goal to speak and teach on subjects that help individuals gain self-mastery. So he has since been a certified DiMartini method facilitator, which helps people in gaining mental wellness. And he has read over 300 books. He has read over 300 books of research on the fields of investing, psychology, philosophy, and biographies. So the greatest driving force in his life is seeing people's lives being transformed by his teachings. And that's why he is, of course, right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, giving us that Monday motivation that we need, of course, to navigate the rest of the week. So yeah, Mo, of course, today, man, it's a new season, a new spring, and of course we are stepping in and leveling up, going on into blossoming. Of course, we were seeds that were planted throughout the winter, season, but now we're going into spring and we are springing into action, blossoming. And of course, Osvaldo is about to help us, know how to do that through the DiMartini method.
Yeah, and
so yeah.
One would ask,
what is it?
If someone is watching and listening right now, what is the DiMartini method?
Yeah, that's a great question. First of all, I just want to say, Cece, thank you for that introduction. I think I'm going to ask that you record it so I can keep it, use it everywhere that I go. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that question. So the DiMartini method is a practical and duplicatable scientific tool that has questions that helps individuals balance out the perceptions as well as the emotions and get them to the state of appreciation and gratitude for whatever it is that is happening in their lives. Put simply, and in the process of doing that, what happens is, because your perceptions and emotions are balanced, you then get to change the story that you tell.
Yeah.
Yes.
So reshaping your thought process.
Yeah.
Or your mindset?
Yes.
Not your thought process, your mindset.
Your mindset. So it's a tool that actually helps you to change the meaning that you have in your life. So that means that we can generally take anything that you either have gone through or something that you are going through and change that meaning of what it is. And sometimes you find that because we're able to change the meaning in the story, the impact of that is also changes how your physiology operates.
Yeah.
So once your perception changes everything else starts to change because you're starting to see the world differently.
Yeah.
So with any challenge, you can take it through the DiMartini method because we can duplicate it throughout whatever the challenge is, because it's a set of questions that you ask and a set of questions that you get taught how to ask.
Yeah.
Because the gentleman who developed the method, which is called Dr. DiMartini, he realized that the quality of our lives is actually dependent on the quality of questions that we ask.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've seen that, man. I think I've seen that with my own life. Like, sometimes, I've had to divorce why.
Yeah.
Because when you ask why too much, sometimes, Yazin, your thoughts can go to a very dark place that can seem sort of hopeless. When you always like, why me? Why is this happening? Why?
Yeah.
Then you start to just get stuck in that why sort of thing. Guti, like now you almost in a victim state of mind.
Yeah.
So why me? Why is this happening in my life? Why? So I had to divorce why. Me and why had to divorce each other.
Yeah. And one would ask if it's okay, to say this method it's similar to you, unlearning or reprogramming or actually rewiring yourself from the things that you were taught maybe from a young age.
Yeah, so it's not a rewiring.
Yeah.
So one of the key aspects about the method that you learn is that there's nothing to change. So it's a method that literally just teaches you how to change the meaning of things.
Yeah.
So if we can develop it a little bit.
Yes.
So let's look at how our brain functions as well as our consciousness functions. So our consciousness functions just like, once you think of a camera, right? Camera, the moment you press record, it will pick up everything that is recording.
Yeah.
So our consciousness creates what is called like a stream of consciousness. That means that it's forever flowing and it's picking up everything. Now, with our brain function, there's something that I recently discovered, that in our brain there's something called a locus coeruleus.
Oh, yes.
A locus coeruleus is like this two blue little things that's in our head.
Yeah.
What that does is the function of that in our brains is to actually decipher and create memories. So what it's doing is it is actually dividing memories up so that you're able to have a timestamp.
Yeah.
Just like if you're watching a series or if you play back the recording that the camera is recording, you have certain parts where you pick up, this is what Cici said at this timestamp at 1 minute 20 seconds, and this is what Osvaldo said, and this is what that function of that is to create different memories so that you're able to then function. So you know that, okay, if this event happened at 8 a.m. in the morning, a new event happened at 11 a.m. So it's separating that, although the consciousness is picking up everything. But then what happens with us is, because we're value-driven, is that at 8 a.m. an event can happen and you can either be positive or negative about that event.
Yeah.
Then at 11 a.m. a separate event happens that you're either negative or positive around it, and you start to function. But what happens is, if we take, let's say, childhood memory or an 8 a.m. memory, and then we attribute what happened at 8 a.m. to what happened to 11 a.m. and therefore at 6 p.m., what we're then doing is we're creating a false bias. We're creating a false bias to then say that the cause of me having a bad day is because of what happened at 8 a.m. So now you're creating time dilation and then separating cause and effect.
Yeah.
So now cause and effect you've added time to cause and effect. Now what you then say in the story now is, I've had a bad day because of the event that happened at 8 a.m.
I had a bad day because at 8 when Mo played that song, I thought of my ex that I loved, and then the relationship got sour because, and then now my whole day is ruined. Monday, cancelled.
Yeah.
But, okay. So, I mean, of course, because now I want to talk about it in the language of triggers, because I need to see that's how people usually understand easy these days, So we all get triggered by some or other thing. Like I said, it could be Guti, you know, this morning I was just happily he in my car driving, and then that one song comes on, and then oh my goodness, I'm thinking about my ex, and then now like my whole day, Monday,
you are triggered.
Yeah, I'm triggered, you know. And then you know, I get to work because now I was triggered by that memory of my ex. I get to work, Banele asks me, yo TC, how are you? You know, and he's jolly, and then you know him and Mo maybe make a joke about my big toe, and I hate the way my big toe looks, and now I'm getting upset, and now you know I'm like losing you know my cool, and now I'm like, you guys are horrible, you guys have ruined my whole day. So I mean, you know, let's talk about it in senses like that, right? We're looking at it in that kind of thing, right? Because obviously things happen on a day-to-day, you know, you get triggered, something doesn't go your way, you know, someone says something sideways, Osvaldo looks at you sideways, and you're like, why is this guy looking at me like this? You know, whatever it is, right? How do you catch a trigger before it hijacks your whole day?
Yeah, so again, it means that you've, in that stream of consciousness again that you just spoke about, the moment that music played and you've had all these terrible attributes, right? You've attributed your life to a past event that has happened.
Yeah.
Meaning you've gone into a past event and only seen one side without the other. That's why you're triggered towards it. And there are basically two fears. One is the fear of gain of something that you resent, or the fear of loss of something that you're overly infatuated with. So that means now that your triggers are not Mo, Banele, or the song itself, but the actual event that you perceive to either be too good or too bad. So that means we have to go back in time and make cause and effect equal in that specific space and time. So we have to equilibrate it and bring balance to that specific event at the moment that it happened. So I then would ask you then, okay, what's that one thing that triggered you about your ex? You'd maybe say maybe it's because he had big toes. Okay, so then in that specific moment of him having those big toes, we then have to then find out, okay, do you love the big toes or do you hate the big toes? What would you say? Did you like the big toes of your ex or did you resent it?
Hey, this is not an actual thing. We were being hypothetical here. Oh, hell no.
So,
there was no big toes here.
Right. So, but with that specific hypothetical, then because you've attributed all these negatives throughout. Remember cause effect. You then said, okay, because of that big toe, these are the bad things that started happening to me. I started resenting all of these. Then what we do is we had to add benefits to all of that. So we go to that specific moment, then say, okay, what are the benefits that you got out of him having those big toes? Maybe
he was a steady man. He could pick me up.
Right, he could pick you up because big toes means that you're very grounded.
He's very grounded.
Yeah.
Ooh, this hypothetical man sounds like Bigfoot.
Hey, he's brought to life now.
Yes, so that's what we're doing is we have to go back in and then identify what is the trigger. Do you fear reliving that, or do you fear that you won't be able to relive that again? So those are the two types of fears: is the gain or loss of something.
Yeah.
So we go back, identify, then attribute positives if you see that you resented, and then we attribute negatives if you're overly infatuated with it.
So that itself, going back, is it part of the method?
Yes. So part of the method is that we go back. But what's
so reflection?
Reflection, yes, because that's the highest form of human consciousness.
True.
The fact that we have the ability to reflect, right? But then what the method does on top of that is that we actually go in there and synthesize the emotions, the positive and the negative emotions. I don't know if you can look up something which is called an anti-memory.
Anti-memory.
Yes. Wow. So look up something called anti-memory. He did say today we're gonna do some googling. Yes.
Anti-memory refers to a concept of neuroscience where connections between neurons generate the opposite pattern of electrical activity compared to original memories.
Yes, so that means that for every memory that you have, there's an equal and opposite anti-memory of that. So what the brain does, because remember that the brain is is looking for survival.
Yeah.
So what it does is, at the specific moment when you're seeing the big toe and you're saying, oh, this is very negative.
Yeah.
Because it's associated with survival, it blocked out the other memory, because at that specific moment the survival was, let's look at the negative of this so that you can activate the flight or fight.
Yeah.
But in actual fact, what the method does, with the DiMartini method, it actually goes in there, and what we're doing is we're looking for the anti-memory when that perception happened, and we are doing what we do in quantum physics, is we're collaborating the two. So we put in the memory and the anti-memory, and then we're collapsing the actual event. So every time you go back and perceive that moment of that big toes, what you're actually going to see is you're going to see the both synthesized memories, and you no longer have the emotional reaction to it. So every single memory, we can say that all memories are actually lies, because
in essence.
Yeah. In essence, the memories are lies because they just create that survival perception. But the moment, again, we're able to join the anti-memory with the memory, synthesize it, then you're no longer emotionally driven by that trigger. It just becomes nothing but the event. Remember the time consciousness that we spoke about?
Yes.
So the cause and effect is in that time. So it collapses in that time. Now you say, oh, that happened, both positive, negative. Things were balanced out in that specific event. Now let's move on to the next event. Now it's no longer a trigger, but just something that just happened in a specific moment in time.
But you know, this is disturbing, man. Hearing
So
that
I think
memories
emotions,
is lies.
Lana, it's about like taking the emotion away and applying logic.
Yes, but what we're doing is we're synthesizing the emotions. So what we're doing is we're not getting rid of the emotions, we're synthesizing them, so that the moment you synthesize them, then you go again to the state of gratitude and appreciation. So at that moment when the big toes things, you'll be like, I appreciate good toes, there's nothing to change about big toes. It serves, and it's a disservice at the same time, and it's needed. And I'm not overly infatuated with someone that's got small toes. Now, in your next relationship, whether the person has big toes or small toes, you're not driven by that, but you're driven by the experience of the actual person. That's what it does. So that you're no longer looking for or avoiding the big toes going forward.
But you know, with what you mentioned, just to go back a little bit, when you say memories are lies, like I just want to understand that. Because I think with how you explained it, I believe it's when your brain is on survival mode. When you're trying to remember something bad that happened to you, your brain will now convince you that no, it happened for a reason, and now it finds these little parts to add on to say no, it happened for the good. That's why when you try to remember and try to just reflect on each and every detail. But now walk me through when you say memories actually lie.
It's because we've got the power to actually change the meaning of that memory.
Okay.
So now, if you're saying, I remember that something bad happened to me, and we're like, okay, and we go in there and ask a different question, we're like, okay, well, the thing that you're perceiving that's bad in it, let's extract good in it. And we extract enough good from it, then you'd be like, oh, then the memory changes. So it's the meaning that we ascribe to the memory that actually creates that actual memory. But the moment we synthesize them, remember the memory and anti-memory, the moment you synthesize it, you'll actually will see that in actual fact, because you've changed that, your whole lifeline, you see it completely different. So you're like, oh, so it all depends on how I'm looking at it.
Perspective.
So perspective, that you spoke about it earlier on. The moment you change the perspective of it, you see that I can change how I tell my story and how I tell my life. So someone, again, who has gone through something terrible or something traumatic, can come and say, in actual fact, that wasn't traumatic. It was something that stirred me to become who I am today. And I wouldn't change that trauma because that trauma is part of who I am. So you actually go in and be like, oh, so that needed to happen for something else to happen in my life.
So now that brings me, to how you said, values are what we obviously use as a navigation for the things that we regard as important in our lives, right? Because they, values are the North Star. So you've always said link it to the values. Why is that so important in this thought process of now?
Yeah.
Going back and then looking at, the memory and, synthesizing the emotion and then obviously changing the perspective.
So what's important about values is that values are where we make our decisions. We've got this hierarchy of values from the thing that's most important to the thing that's least important. Over time, values do shift and change. But also, we also got these very core values that show up throughout our whole lives.
Yeah.
Throughout our whole lives, you find sometimes that the person who was abused at a young age is the person that turns out to be a great psychologist.
Yeah.
So they needed that abuse in order to help other people go through their own abuse. Be like, okay, you went through that. Oh, I went through something else. And then they're able to help them out with that because that's what happened. Now, as a child, they might have had the different value structure to what they have now. So what then happens is now your value structure could be, well, I'm highly motivated by finance. I'm highly motivated by a social cause. And the third thing I'm highly motivated by is perhaps growing my family. And once you take all of that and see that, okay, how is this then helping me make money? You know that people have made money off stories that they tell from their traumatic experiences.
Yeah.
So that is then helping them because it's giving hope to people that perhaps are going through something that's less tough than what it is. Be like, okay, because I'm giving hope, it contributes to my finances. I can write a book about it. I can go on stage and speak about it. I can consult people on it. So those are the benefits that is going with that is linked to your highest value. So the more it's linked to your highest values, the more benefits you'll actually see, and you see that how that is actually contributing towards you. So if, again, the trigger of the big toes, like she said, she linked it. She's like, okay, because he has big toes, and I value someone that is able to pick me up, so the big toes is helping me in what? In being elevated and feeling more grounded about myself.
So it's a pick me up.
It's a pick me up. You see?
You play, okay.
I see what y'all be doing there.
Yeah. And I think, with this information, one would think of, okay, me, putting it into practice. But before that, we know that when it comes to you now, dealing with the matters of the mind, like it really takes time, because people come and say, guys, when you're in the township, change your mindset. It's not easy. It doesn't take a day or 30 minutes to change your mindset, So now when somebody is trying to now apply, this method, how do they now deal with the obstacles? Because sometimes you feel like, this thing is weighing on me, and one mistake, you break. And you're no longer focusing on it. How do you now prevent, obstacles in, getting into your way, into, not achieving your actual goal?
Okay, so one thing we need to debunk and actually say that, look, you're always going to have obstacles. For as long as you're breathing, you need obstacles.
Yeah.
You need them actually.
You need them. It's in overcoming those obstacles that gives your life value.
Yeah.
And meaning, I think.
Life, yes. And meaning. Exactly that. So when you have those obstacles, again, it's all in taking that obstacle and then giving it a meaning.
Yeah.
So for instance, if you have a financial obstacle, like I do, I think most of us actually have. Right, like I do.
Yeah.
So one of the things you do is you take that obstacle, you have a financial obstacle, then you ask yourself okay, what is the financial obstacle? Perhaps it's I'm not making enough income. Perhaps the form of my income is not enough to cover my daily expenses, it's not enough to expand in being able to provide for my family, to give the lifestyle that I want. Or maybe your problem is that you've got too much money. Your obstacle is maybe you have too much money and you want to give some of it away. You write down what the challenge is. Then after just beneath that, you write down the 7 areas of life, one of them being finance, the other being family, the other being social, spiritual, mental, physical, as well as your vocational.
Yeah.
Then write down what are the benefits of having this obstacle around those 7 years of life? So you might find that perhaps because I've got a financial obstacle, the benefits to me spiritually is that I now have to grow and serve people. Being able to serve people, the benefits of that. Physically, it means I need to stay in shape and be energetic because I need to go out and get more clients to serve.
Yeah.
The benefits of that, then go around the wheel. You see that the benefits of that financially is I get to make more income.
Yeah.
Benefits of that, mentally, I challenge myself to read up about businesses, to know how to serve more people. The benefits of that vocationally is that I can now control my time based on the customers that I get. So it means that one day I can have my financial freedom. And you go around the wheel and you add up all the benefits, go around and around and add up enough benefits until the obstacle no longer is an obstacle, but rather a something that is giving meaning to your life. So the more of these benefits you stack up, the better.
Yeah.
Well, the second thing you can do is to actually determine what your value structures are.
Yeah.
Because that's the starting point and it's the driving force that drives human beings. It's your value structures, because your value structure is actually attached to your vision and your meaning.
Yeah.
Because if your value structure is, again, if your hierarchy of values is finance at the top, family second, and socialize it, that actually has to do with where your highest vision is, where you're most ordered. So in that, you don't see obstacles. You just see a process that you just need to go through in order to fulfill your vision and your mission. So that is what I would say you can do and use.
Yeah. Very, very powerful. Of course, man, when somebody hears, this kind of information, they would like to get some, a practical challenge that is being given to them, right? So what can someone do today to put this into motion?
Okay, so I like to call it micro actions. Or if you read the book Atomic Habits.
Yes, Atomic Habits. I speak of that book quite often right here on the show.
Yeah, so I call them micro actions. So as you said, I mean, with micro actions is if you do, let's say you do 6 things in one day that contribute towards your vision, and you do those 6 things for 5 days. 6 times 5 is how much? Is what? I think 35.
Yeah.
So that means you, at the end of the week, have done 35 things that contributes towards your vision. So what I would say today, the first thing that you can do is to actually look up and go determine your values. That for me is one of the freest things that DeMartini has developed that I believe has also got the greatest impact. So what you can do, look up DeMartini value determination process and go through that 13 step. It will take you about 30 minutes to 40 minutes. The first time you do it, it'll be a big challenge, but the more you do it, the more it will enhance how you see it. So my thing is, the greatest thing that I would ever tell people is to actually go to the website and do your value determination. That would be a game changer. That's the one thing. That's the starting point that I would urge anyone who's hearing this message to start from there.
So, since you're a public speaker, you love talking to people. I see you out there doing amazing things, getting involved in places. I mean, let's talk a little bit about you now. Okay, so that now the Monday motivation is personal. Okay, so are there any things that you would love to share? Any things that you have been part of facilitating, or events that you've been part of recently, where you would like to speak on their impact and the work that was done there?
Okay, so are you talking about my work or just in terms of collaboration?
Yes,
in terms of what I've
collaboration.
witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, so I recently had the honor of being a program director for an online business summit, like a 2-day business summit. So they were looking at businesses that are going into digitizing their business. So I would say the greatest thing that I got from there was how how much money is actually available in South Africa.
Dude, and we sleep on it. It's so sad because, and then we complain when other people come into our country. They identify that opportunity and they make use of it, and then we're like, why matter this? It's like, okay, wait, you've been living here this whole time, and you've been in South Africa. You're just blind to its opportunities. It's about opening your mind up to seeing beyond these challenges that every day, news and the media is reporting on.
Exactly, 100%. So that I think it just taught me that as individuals and human beings, we have to get out of the blame game and actually just get into becoming the masters of our destinies and not live in the past.
Captains of our ships, man.
Exactly. Yeah. So that I would say that. Then the other thing that I had a privilege of actually consulting on a one-on-one basis was actually a lady who had emotional charges towards her dad.
Wow.
And funny enough, what she demonstrated when we were going through the method and helping her through it is that sometimes we sometimes actually fear letting go of the resentments that we have towards people.
Yeah, because they fuel us, man. That's what keeps us alive, because that's something I had to face up to, man. I had to face that up. I had to face up to the fact that, in actual fact, it's not that my trauma was making me suffer. I was in love with the trauma itself, because it was something, it's almost like isbambelelo. It was like what I was holding onto, and that was like a fuel into my cycle of self-pity.
Yeah.
So I had to admit that to myself.
Yeah.
Yes, and only then could I change it.
Yes. So you actually, like she said, you're actually right in that sometimes we find benefits in our trauma.
Yeah.
That's why we don't want to let go of that story. So when I asked her, why do you fear letting go of it? And when she came to the realization, it's like, no, then if I don't resent him, then I don't know what identity I'll have. So that just taught me that sometimes we want to hold on to those resentments because we formed an identity around it.
Yeah.
And some people sometimes are not looking to let go of that.
Yeah.
And some people just want to hold on to that. But what we gotta strive to do is to then say, okay, if you want to hold on to that, then that can be your image. But if you want to transform that, then you have to take accountability for it. And to take yourself to the next level is you have to take accountability for it and let go of that resentment.
Yeah, that's why I love The Alchemist, because it's about, that alchemy, that transmutation of energy. So,
yeah, I mean, before we conclude the conversation, I think this will just be interesting just to invite, of course, people who are watching, just to throw in some sentiments, right? So, of course, the DiMartini method, a strategy that doesn't change, that doesn't just change how you think, but how you live, right? And a lot of people argue, and we spend so much time on social media, and there are people who are starting threads, and they're like, you know what, guys, I've tried everything in my life. There's nothing I can do anymore. I've applied. It's been 8 years. I'm leaving everything. I'm stopping, reaching out to, these companies to hire me.
Yeah.
So those people, when they face and they go through such things, are we saying there are certain resources that you need to have for you to change how you live in your life? And when you don't have those resources, change is a myth in your life?
No, I don't think change is a myth.
Change is the only constant in life, I believe.
Yes, it's the only constant
Right now, we're going through a change of season.
Exactly. So, change. But can you just rephrase that so that I'm able to really capture what the person is saying or what the question is?
So for them, when they're projecting a life that they mean to have, it's me having a job, working in a certain company, providing for my family. And I see change in that. In my life right now, I'm unemployed. I'm unable to provide for my family. So I spend so much time chasing change, but it keeps on getting further from me to a point that I believe it doesn't exist in my condition.
I only do change in certain things.
Yeah.
In a certain way.
Okay. So that means, again, we'll create that means that person could have a high fantasy, and with that fantasy comes the equivalent opposite of that phobia. So that could mean that what is this unrealistic expectation that the person
Castle
is
in the
imposing?
sky.
Yeah.
Yes, the castle in the sky. I think I need to take you everywhere. Right? So what's that castle in the sky? So for every fantasy, there's an equal and opposite phobia. Just like you have the memory and anti-memory, you've got that, the fantasy as well as the phobia.
Yeah.
So how far removed is the person from reality? And how far removed is the person trying to experience one thing without the other? Or in other words, how far is the person seeking the pleasures and avoiding the pains of it? Because if I want to provide for my family, there's a certain extent in which I can provide for them. There's a certain extent of being a father where the thread of being a father has to end and the individual now has to start. I can't support my child when he's 21. At some point, the thread has to stop. So the question then is, in that fantasy, how much of an unrealistic expectation is being imposed on that? In that specific fantasy, we would have to then find out what are the ratios of the perceptions that the person is having. Are they having a very unrealistic expectation on themselves, the world, as well as other people? So what is it that's going on there? We'd have to then figure that out. We would have to delve deep. But change, like she said, change is the only constant thing that happens. If you're not changing, you're dead. So change is the only thing that happens. And I think that we live in an era where outside blame is not is invalid now, because we can sit and complain about what happened 10 years ago. We can sit and complain about the system, but the truth is, at the end of the day, what action am I taking that is contributing towards that vision that I want to make come true? And we can take stories. I mean, there's stories out there, guys,
of people, man, surviving and doing so much with so little. And that's the greatest motivation I always take away from any situation, anything that I come across. It's always, and I think that's why I'm in the work that I do, and I am the kind of person that I am, is that I draw my strength from analyzing and hearing about other people's struggles.
Right.
Do you understand? It's in the sense that, okay, maybe you're going through something similar, and now only, and that's why maybe they always say that, when those who can't do teach. Yes, because, there's a certain perspective you gain sometimes from just observing and listening, as opposed as being right in the middle and doing. So, and vice versa, each has a benefit. But Mina, right now, the one that I'm going towards is the one where I sit and I observe. And then from there, I get my lessons and then I take action. And then obviously, even in my own action, then I still even learn from whatever mistake that I will encounter. Because I need to, sometimes how we think things will turn out are not how they are.
Yes.
Because sometimes you can think something is going to go a certain way until you're in it, and then it doesn't. And then that's when now you have to be fluid and be able to adapt.
100%. And you're right. I mean, if you look at the little micro actions that you guys have taken, how many episodes have you guys done over the years?
131.
We are on the 131st episode today.
131. And that's a result of micro actions. Monday to Friday, simple actions got you to 131. We can all do it once, but doing it 131 times, you went through the flow of the happiness, the sadness, and all of this stuff. And it's actually proven, the scientific research that's actually done on this, it's called look for something called the hedonic graph. So what happens is, there's this graph that measures happiness. And what they've done is that over time, happiness is actually the same. It stays the same. So with the hedonic graph, what it does is, it will take you to moments where you have these really great days, and then you got these really negative days. And over time, when you measure them, it actually balances out, and it actually shown that your happiness level is actually consistent and stays the same. So the negatives and positives over time balance you out.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how much money you make or how much money you lose. Over time, your happiness level will be balanced.
Yeah.
And that's why when you do 131 episodes, it's not because you were seeking happiness, it's because the vision is what you're trying to fulfill.
Yeah.
And that's where sometimes we get things wrong. We think that we want to do this thing because of the happiness quotient, as long as I increase my happiness quotient. But 131 episodes has to do with the vision that you're trying to fulfill.
Yeah.
So you're not driven by emotions, you're driven by this is the vision that I want to fulfill.
Yeah. Powerful, man. Powerful.
Value driven living, man. And that's what we're about right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show. And of course, thank you once again, man, for Osvaldo joining us right here for Monday Motivation, because he always has, he brings the insight and
Gems to drop.
Hey, he brings those gems, man. Boom, 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 man. One after the other. And of course, grateful for this conversation, starting our week purposeful and of course rooted. And remember, the challenge isn't the enemy. Your perception is. Shift your lens and of course shift your life, because Osvaldo, you always bring the grounded fire, my brother. And of course we are appreciative. We appreciate you right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show. That's it for today's hashtag Motivation Monday. But yeah, as you can see behind us, something is cooking. The pots and pans are there clinging together, man. Extra warek, wa busy. He's busy there in the kitchen. Yes, up and down. I hope the taste. I hope that the taste of this food is gonna be amazing.
It's extra.
Busy.
Hey, it has to be busy, man. Because, you must show. If you don't show life in the kitchen, what are you doing, man? You can't come with your sadness in the kitchen. Cooking with sorrow. There's no
therapeutic acts. Unplugging and unwinding a kitchen.
You must show life in the kitchen. Whatever that you're cooking, you're giving it life. It must come back to life.
Commentary here and there, here on the desk, you'll have those little commentaries when we go on the break. You're like, I went at TC extra, Mariazo extra.
Just because you are mentioning him, you're going to join him in the kitchen,
and
right?
Who, me?
When?
Why?
Why you are the candidate because Sivotile.
That's because I'm a woman. Is it because I'm the only woman here today? Now I must be in the kitchen.
No,
Mo, is that what you're saying?
because you guys make good friends, man. There's a guy in the kitchen.
So 2 guys can be in the kitchen.
That's a disaster. That's a recipe for disaster, man. Yo, I'm a poto. Electricity will start tripping and things like that. But yeah, with that being said, Spin City comes through right there on YouTube saying Vooka Ndota should be interesting. See you on the 13th.
Oh yes, Osvaldo, how's that calling me Vooka Ndota? I'm asking you of interesting things you're getting up to. You don't speak of Vooka Ndota. Unjani Antwen? Unjani Ndota?
Vooka.
Yes, and Vooka ngala.
Ulele, Vooka maulele.
Yeah, but interesting and looking forward to that one, man. Vooka Ndota.
Vooka Ndota, what's that about?
You'll be advising.
Well, do you know what that is about?
Oh yes. So on the 13th of September,
Yeah.
We'll be taking a hike, and after the hike,
take a hike.
yeah.
Dead jokes. How?
Yes. So it's all a hike about the definition of a man. So we'll be looking at different concepts of defining manhood. In modern day. And one of the highlights we'll be just speaking about is how do you as a man navigate the world in this day and age. This day and age where you might even find yourself in a relationship where a woman earns more than you.
Yeah.
How do you handle that? And just navigating through the challenges of being a man on a date.
Bow down.
Yeah.
Bow down to the queen, man. I'm just joking. Men just need to learn good ego's not everything.
Yeah, but looking forward to that, man. And for us, we have learned that if you're struggling to become a man, just become a woman.
I know! Wow! Is that a bar? Wow.
It's simple, man. It's written everywhere.
I see you, Mo.
Yeah, but yeah.
You're treading on controversial grounds there.
17 minutes past 10, it is the time. And what we're about to do right now is to obviously head over to the kitchen and see what Extra has for us, right? But with that being said, thank you so much, Mr. Osvaldo, for coming. And we hope to see you, of course, on the 13th. And, share that wisdom with those young ones who are coming to become better human beings in our society, man.
Thanks. Thank you so much for
And
having me.
other
Really grateful.
men like you,
Yeah.
Matodalingana now.
But yeah, let us now take a short break, and then when we come back, we will be in the kitchen.
Extra,
yeah,
getting extra spicy.
extra
with
spicy.
The pots and pans.
Yeah, so please don't go anywhere, man.
How? Chomi, you still cooking with cha, salt, and prayers. But don't stress, ungawari, because your time to shine in the kitchen is here. Amapele Spices for Africa and the Vooka Breakfast Show have said, let's bless you with some spices that will slap harder than Umama's 7 colors. Vugage Flavor Fridays is here. We're serving flavor, vibes, and vibes with flavor. Flavor Fridays is the only plug you need to turn your kitchen into a 5-star chill spot. For 8 weeks, you stand a chance to win spice hampers that take your meals from meh to just by subscribing and tuning into your daily dose of positivity for an energetic start to the day. So Haibo, what are you waiting for? Don't miss out. Flavor is calling. Waza.
My name is Musi Mist.
My name is Moketi Maimane.
Catch us every weekday morning, Monday to Friday, between 7 and 10.
Right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, brought to you by the Blinko Network.
Always bringing you the best content possible.
Vooka Nati, wake up with us and kickstart your day on a great note.
This is your energetic start to the day.
Escape the ordinary and discover the extraordinary with Swellapil Tours. Whether you're a group of friends or a family looking for a memorable getaway, Swellapil Tours has you covered. Our all-inclusive tours take you to South Africa's most stunning destinations, from the scenic beauty of Mpumalanga to the vibrant life of Gauteng and the coastal charm of Durban.
How? Chomi, you still cooking with cha, salt, and prayers. But don't stress, ungawari, because your time to shine in the kitchen is here. Amapele Spices for Africa and the Vooka Breakfast Show have said, let's bless you with some spices that will slap harder than Umama's 7 colors. Vugage Flavor Fridays is here. We're serving flavor, vibes, and vibes with flavor. Flavor Fridays is the only plug you need to turn your kitchen into a 5-star chill spot. For 8 weeks, you stand a chance to win spice hampers that take your meals from meh to just by subscribing and tuning into your daily dose of positivity for an energetic start to the day. So Haibo, what are you waiting for? Don't miss out. Flavor is calling. Waza.
What is happening? There's this thing. Oh, there's something else. Alrighty. Yeah.
All right, Vooka Nation. Now we are back, man. Ending the show on a high note. Of course, what makes you happier than food in your tummy? Because mina, I can't think of anything better. And of course, bringing that extra flavor in the kitchen. Extra, you know, the resident favorite. Nimboni, the last time he was here. So, of course, we decided to bring him back to say, extra, waza, uzasenzela something, you know, spice up the Vooka Nation's morning right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show. And of course, it's the amapelepele pots and pans. And yeah, extra, today, what are you making for us? What's the meal of the day?
Okay, so today we're going to make a very smooth butter chicken curry.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
so
okay. Butter chicken curry.
Hence a lot of ingredients on the table.
Nyabona.
So where we start is we need to get our heat going.
Mm-hmm.
But the stove is very hot, so I'll just put a pan on the side, right?
Okay.
So we're gonna start with marinating our chicken.
Okay.
So this is diced chicken breast.
Breast, okay.
So you can use boneless chicken.
Oh,
any
yes.
boneless chicken. So what we're gonna start with?
Okay, ama-pieces ngiwakhipha amathambo bese ngiyawadayisa.
Yeah, I think that's what boneless means.
Oh, okay.
So we've got all the spices that we're gonna be using today.
Okay.
So namely, the red one is paprika. So this
just straight up paprika. Or
yeah, it's smoked. This is smoked
paprika.
Okay? But you can use normal paprika, right?
Okay.
So for the coloring or for curry to look yellowish, we're gonna use turmeric.
Turmeric, okay.
So this is garam masala.
Garam masala.
Yeah, garam masala.
Ooh.
But you can use, if you don't have garam masala, you can use any kind of masala.
Okay.
So masala is basically a mixture of spices.
Okay.
So you can hook up your own if you're that creative, right?
Okay.
So here we've got our beef, barbecue.
Okay.
Barbecue spice.
Okay.
And this mountain spice here, that's our chicken spice.
Oh, nice.
So, okay, I have to get the salt. Okay, we're just
salt.
gonna add that later.
Okay.
So we start off with the salt, right?
Yeah.
So with our spices, just gonna throw them in as we go. So we're gonna start with red.
Yep.
Smoked.
Mm-hmm. Smoked paprika first in the chicken.
So there's turmeric.
And then we come with the yellow turmeric.
So we're gonna add this later when you're doing the sauce, right?
And that's the garam.
The garam masala.
Okay.
So there we barbecue and loads of chicken.
Nice.
So you're gonna do the easy work. Can you just mix that up?
But you're gonna do the easy work.
This.
Okay, I can use this. There you go.
Just make sure everything is incorporated. It's nicely mixed in.
Okay, nyasiza.
So with the salt, we don't throw it in like the spices.
Yeah.
It has to go on your hand.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's enough.
Okay. Asfuna mahai la.
So usually we mix the spices 30 minutes preferably for marinating, or you can put it on the fridge overnight.
30 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, 30 minutes. But now we're not going to be doing that.
Okay.
So we're going to add oil in a hot skillet. All right. So usually we'll have to add our yogurt. So we're just gonna add a pinch of the cream.
Oh, nice.
Just to make it thick, right?
Okay.
So for this one, we're gonna just add mustard. Mustard goes nice with chicken, guys.
Okay. Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know
for
this.
marinating. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Hi.
Not a lot.
Okay, before mosh, clearly these are not my pots and pans. You handle them, chef. Extra.
You have to remember to shake everything okay, this is.
You shook it. There you go. There you go.
Mustard. As you can see, so our oil is starting to burn. So what we need to do now is just to fry this a bit.
Okay.
So that we get the browning on the chicken.
Nice.
Right. So this
Follow your
sizzling.
lead, my sir.
All right. So with
Today we
the
have
fresh
lead.
ingredients, what we have here is some diced. This is diced. What's it called? Garlic.
Garlic,
Thank you.
there you go.
And we got some ginger.
Ooh, ginger and garlic. Nice.
Hey, this is starting to.
So vele is butter chicken without the garlic and the thingy.
Yeah,
And
I think the main ingredient in this is the butter.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want our dish to be garlic forward, so we're gonna add a lot of garlic, right?
Vele mini garlic, that's my thing. Food without garlic, if me nifuna poison faki garlic. Hey, you're sweating. It's hot in this kitchen.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm very hot.
if you can't stand the heat in the kitchen, get out.
And me.
Oh wow.
So you can have that.
Okay, yep, nope, you can have that. I think I've mixed it. Is it okay? Is it to your liking, sir?
So we're gonna squeeze in fresh lemon. All right. For that zest. So we're just gonna brown everything.
Okay, bona kahle ukuthi mina ngimisa kahle.
No, the thing is,
It's okay to tell me I didn't do the
you know,
things
women
wanted.
tend to overdo things. So I've. All right. There you
Nice,
go.
nice. Oof, that sizzle, man. Okay.
Just gonna render out the spice so that it cooks a bit. Your oil needs to be very hot, guys.
Okay. Okay, so it mustn't be good mangi.
Yeah.
Put it inside. It must
be very hot
it
so
must
that
be hot.
your chicken changes color.
Okay.
So while that is going,
Ule stove, but siyashisa. Istove usiku-6.
okay, can you just watch that for a minute?
Okay.
I'll be with you just now.
I'll be watching this for extra. Because it says it needs to be brown. We need to get our kitchen browned up. Yay. I'm good. I'm doing this. I got this thing handled, okay? I'm not. Plus the smell, Lana, like that garlic, man, when it goes in the pot, in the pan, and it's like browning. I'm just loving the smell. The flavor that's coming through here is going to be amazing, man. So extras coming back, of course, to take over the pots.
Thank you. Oh, chef in black. So that means you're pro. You're a pro chef.
Never. Mina, wherever you find me, you'll find me wearing all black like I'm dressed for your funeral.
What does black mean for you?
It means power.
To me, it means pro.
Pro.
Yeah.
It means power. Power moves, man. It's Monday. Power moves only.
Wakanda like that.
Wakanda forever. You know how it is. Man. Yeah, so I see that it's browning. The flavor.
Yeah, as it's browning like that, we're not going to cook it all the way through, right?
Okay.
So what we're going to do next, we've got our diced onions.
Okay.
We're still going to use the same spices or the same ingredients for the sauce, basically. Yes. So here we've got garlic and ginger.
Okay.
Some diced tomatoes. So here we've got some peppers. We had yellow, red, and green.
Our robot peppers.
So there we go. You can also use an air fryer for this.
Air fryer, really?
Yeah, because you just need to
brown it, braise it, yeah.
Because on a pan like this, if you put in a lot of chicken, like this is too much chicken for this pan,
for this pan, okay.
Yeah.
So not every piece is getting the heat.
So if you overcrowd your meat, then you won't get the best results.
But yeah,
No, we had to do it because we're showing our mama. Never our mama back home. They cooking for big families.
For big families, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of
people. This is just
people.
for the color, guys. Still gonna cook this chicken in our sauce, right?
Namhlanje so butter chicken, yeah?
Butter chicken. Talking about the butter. So,
who, me or him?
No, for him.
Oh.
For him, okay. Thank you.
Why? He's getting hot and you
It's the sweat from dripping.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a genius move.
Okay, that's a genius move, Vanele. I love
From our
it.
CEO, Vanel.
Angoba yashisa evuka kitchen namhlanje. Angithi you're bringing the extra heat.
Oh, thank you. I've had that before, but not in the kitchen.
Yeah, but then again, you're a creative, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, man. I love that. I see you doing the work out there. Shout out to you, man.
I'm a storyteller in a way.
Yeah, man. I see.
So
you,
I also tell stories through food. Yeah.
Oh,
the
man.
thing is, with our location or where we're located, we have limited ingredients.
Yeah.
So we're having a conversation alone with our CEO here, saying that our cooking is common because of the kind of food that we exposed to.
Yes, that's true.
Especially with the vegetables, with the greens.
Yeah.
Yeah, in every household you get tomato, your basics, your tomato,
your
onion.
peppers, yeah.
Exactly.
Yes, ngoba vela ngithi 7 colors bekuyisunday izolo.
So once you limit and once you limit yourself via groceries, obviously you're not going to explore with the spices.
Yeah,
right?
that's true. That's true. They've got, man. They've got such a wide range of spices. And of course, they also have the sauces now that you can go and check out. We will be bringing some of these sauces out there to Soweto Kota Festival. So, yeah.
Can we introduce the peri-peri sauce into our mixture?
You want the peri-peri sauce? Okay,
peri-peri for a bit of kick, guys.
Okay. This chisa peri-peri sauce, we're gonna go tag. Extra now.
Is it too hot?
It is hot. Yes, it is quite hot. I mean, it is peri-peri, so.
I think we all like spicy food in the kitchen. Thank you for that.
This is a spicy dish. So, butter chicken.
So as you can see, our chicken is turning yellow.
Oh, nice. I love the color.
So even our gravy is gonna be as yellow as our chicken.
And I'm already smelling that garlic. Well, Mina, guys, I don't know, man. I've got this love for the smell of garlic. I know other people hate it, like, oh, you smell like garlic. For me,
it doesn't smell nice, but it tastes nice.
No, Mina, I think it smells nice. I think it smells and tastes nice for me. Now, that's why I'm the weirdo here.
So between garlic and ginger, which one smells nicer? Garlic.
For me, it will always be garlic. Ginger, hey.
Yeah, ginger, if you can't cook with ginger, don't even experiment.
Like,
yeah.
Too what?
Too gingerish.
Yeah, ginger flavor, yeah.
A pungent taste.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay, I think our chicken is halfway cooked, right?
Okay.
So we're gonna transfer this. Oh, thank you.
What is this for?
Can you?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I'm loving the color of this food right now. If you're looking at this and you're salivating, I'm there with you because it's looking delicious. And the smell is even better from here in the studio. I'm loving the garlic coming through and, of course, those spices getting mixed in and, of course, going into the food right here on the pan. And, yeah, man, Extra is going to take over now. And, yeah, getting us onto the next step in this cooking process.
So our next step, we're just going to take our chicken and transfer it in a different container on the side.
Okay. We're going to take it out from the pan and into a little container.
Yeah, I think the key word is little. I think this is too small for
It's
it.
small, I can
But I think
see.
we can work with it.
Mara. I know it's going to work.
Alright, guys, we have our chicken. So with the same juices in the pan, we're not going to clean this.
Okay.
We're going to use this to deal with fresh ingredients.
Okay.
So now the butter kicks in. Now it's starting to become a butter.
Butter chicken. Butter chicken, man.
So we're just going to
add that in there.
Guys, you have to regulate your heat.
The heat,
Yeah, depending on what kind of pans you're using.
Yeah.
Because usually you'll be using a skillet pan.
Yeah.
So it's a non-stick pan.
So this is not a skillet, this is a non-stick.
Yeah, this is a gas skillet.
Yeah.
So as it's melting, can add our onions. Depending on how much protein you have, Just have to balance it out. So we have quite a lot of chicken today.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So the amount of onion you put must be equivalent or enough
depending
to...
on the, because now we're going to be making a sauce.
Okay.
So if you want a heavy sauce, or if you want a lot of sauce, if you have a big family like here in studio, then you have to introduce a lot of onions, fresh ingredients. So we're just gonna throw in our peppers.
You know, I see. I mean, I saw when the last time you were here, a lot of people didn't know what to pay.
I do that. I'm a kikini, you know.
Seriously?
Yeah, we do that.
Why Marabe actor like by surprise? But how extra?
No, a lot of people know me
as a photographer.
So yeah, they've never seen me in my chef jacket.
Yes. Because I mean, you've got a whole chef jacket, man. That's quite. You know, that means vele. This thing is your thing.
Definitely. But not, I'm self-taught, by the way. Ne?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I think when you're self-taught, you get to experience or experiment
a lot
with a lot of ingredients and flavors.
Yes.
Because if you're not self-taught, they'll tell you that you don't
put that or like that and
I'm a peppers. In a traditional butter chicken, there's no peppers. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Even mustard, you know, you just have to.
You know, we make cooking fun. That's what we do, right, here. You know, those fun people who like to, you know, take our taste buds on like a journey, explore with our taste buds.
So now we're gonna toast our spices.
Okay.
So we're just gonna there's a garam masala. So we're just gonna add that. Bit more chicken spice.
Okay.
My favorite spices, guys. Because some spices they have to fry.
Yeah.
I know when you're dealing with curry spices, right?
They must fry.
They must fry. So
in the oil, man.
In the oil. So with your other spices, your chicken
you're a fast
spices.
man in the kitchen, young boy.
Only
you know your way around it. Woo, I'm having fun, Shem, at least. But no, I mean, I'm a very good student.
Yeah, I thought you were going to be teaching me a lot.
No.
Because on the mic, on the ones on twos, Shem.
I know, I like kitchen, new student. Guys, a kitchen, new student.
Guys, don't allow your spices to burn.
Yeah.
Because when something is burning, you can smell it, obviously. So what you can add is your butter, ne?
Keep adding the butter.
Yeah.
Or maybe, or even...
Not the oil. Okay, just mix that for me, please.
Let me mix it. Let me help. I'm not only a good conversationalist, I'm a good helper.
A helper.
Yeah, I'm a help. I'm a good assistant, Nina.
Garlic.
There you go.
Because garlic burns quickly, so if you're going to be toasting like this, you need to add it later.
Okay.
How's it coming along?
It's coming along great, Chef. We on the ball. We on the ball right here.
So I think we're ready to introduce our...
Are we ready to introduce the next step?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't have to over fry everything.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna blend. We're gonna blend everything.
Yeah.
Just wanted to toast our spices. What I usually do is, so I put everything on the side.
Okay.
And I put the
tomatoes there
on the other side.
Oh. Did you? Hey, fast.
No. I eat everything. Even with my fruits, I eat the seeds.
Same.
So the tomatoes have to be more than the other ingredients because we're making a tomato gravy in a way.
Oh, yeah. Okay. The gravy very like us. I'm not mealing in a gravy too.
So we're just gonna fry this a bit. So let me just get a bit of water.
Okay. Man, things are coming together nicely right here on the pots and pans. And of course, this morning, butter chicken is on the menu, right? With our rice, butter chicken. Ooh, I can't wait to taste this, man.
Extra words to leave now.
Yo, panic, pandemonium, chaos. Yeah, shama poto.
Once you're frying your spices, guys, just add a bit of water for that moist.
Extra angishiya ngalini. Angishiye mina ekitchen izosha amabhuku.
Kitchen asifuna abantu abakhulumayo. Umlomo. Sikhuluma ngezandla ekitchen.
Yeah, and that's why you're the chef and I'm not.
So in the kitchen ungaba useful.
Nje, I'm the conversationalist, but I've said this before.
Just to keep us awake. To keep us awake.
Umxoxo ekitchen. Mina ngihlalisa lo ophekayo. That's my role ekitchen mina.
All right, guys. Gravy's coming along.
Okay.
So just make sure you regulate your heat.
Big on the regulation of the heat. Yeah, you don't want burnt food. Nobody wants burnt food, really.
And especially when you're cooking on a gas stove. Oh, gas stove. It's twice as hot. Twice as hot.
Stove 6.
Do you have some sugar in the kitchen?
Yes.
Yeah, can you have a bit of sugar?
Okay.
Because when you're dealing with a lot of tomatoes.
Oh yes, the sugar.
Sugar, yeah, to cut the acid.
Acidity.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right. So we add salt in everything we cook, guys. Pinch, 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 pinch. You have to listen to the food as you're cooking it, guys.
Yeah, stay on it.
Yeah, you have to listen to your onions screaming out, the tomato. Do not be worried, or don't be concerned with the sizes of the chunks, because we're gonna blend everything later on, guys. All right, just gonna allow that to cook a bit. So earlier on we made a fluffy rice. So you have to overcook your rice so that it becomes fluffy. It's coming together very well. Alrighty. What ingredients? Prego sauce. So we're gonna use our Amapelepele Prego sauce. It's not only for burgers, guys. You can also cook with sauces. For that, I think it's a bit spicy. There we go. All right. So, what you need to do after this, just add a bit of water so that it cooks down. Thank you. Sure. So we're going to introduce our chicken stock. I think half a block or 1 block will do, because it's a nice replacement for salt. You can sprinkle it around, or it's very tough.
Hey!
Kasi chicken stock. You can't break it with your fingers. You can throw it in some warm water, then you can dissolve. So when it starts cooking, you can start breaking down your tomatoes. All right, we're gonna let this cook for about...
Let it cook. It's simmering now.
Yeah, it's simmering for about 5 minutes.
Okay.
I think we'll have the right consistency. All right. While we're waiting for this, let's just clear our table.
Let me clear out the
let's get rid of
table
some
for
of the
you.
ingredients. So that we can
Are you done with the cream?
That's our superstar of the dish.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Let me move some of these out of the way.
Now let me use this plate. Let me use this plate.
Ooh, yeah, well, you know, leaving the pots on their own to do their thing, man.
No, but there's nothing.
We trust the process here, Vooka. See, we trust the process. The process can continue. Show must go on.
So our sous chef is gonna assist with cleaning or clearing some of the stuff from the table. So let's throw in the dirty utensils.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
There we go. There we go. Cleanliness is close to godliness.
Let me just taste a chicken and see if.
Wanna taste the chicken?
I wanna see how far it is.
Okay.
You see? You see how fine it is?
Okay.
Okay, it's not done yet, but
no, it's not. But then Akira, you did say earlier we're gonna continue.
Can you taste the ginger?
Mm-hmm. And the ginger adds to that flavor.
There's a kick.
Aye, today, extra is bringing the extra. With this one, sifaka ma sauce, sifaka wena chicken spice, sifaka wena barbecue spice, sifaka wena prego sauce, yasema pele pele, hey, guningi. I cannot wait to taste this masterpiece. Today we've got the master chef.
And we're having this with rice, right?
Rice.
Did you see our rice?
I saw the rice. Why must it be fluffy, by the way? I heard you say it needs to be overcooked so that it can be fluffy.
Yeah, if you want fluffy rice or to have this kind of consistency, you have to soak it in water before you cook it.
Oh, soak it so that the starch comes out.
Yeah, then rinse it. Then I like to overcook it a bit like this, so that it's that mushy texture.
Yeah,
because it goes nice with this curry.
Okay.
But if you're having like normal meal that's not curry based, you can prepare your normal rice.
But that's what we do here.
So our next step, guys. Can you see gravy is half?
That's looking nice.
It's 80% there. So we're just gonna, I don't know if you're gonna bring the blender closer.
Okay.
Or we're gonna blend from this side.
Okay. Let me do that for you.
Right.
Blender. Okay. Awesome. And now we got our blender. So what are we blending with the blender today?
The sauce, obviously.
Okay. The sauce. Okay. I extra shema yambono with the kishini. Ooh, you makuzu. This is his place, this one.
Guys, I don't know if you don't have a blend at home. I don't know how you're gonna do this because you see all of this needs to be fine. It needs to be in a run. Consistency has to be runny. Like it has to be.
Maybe people can find hacks, man. If you know of a hack that you can do.
I don't know of a hack that you can. How can you blend this at home? What can you do?
Can you use that masher? Maybe you can use the masher, the masher that you use to mash potatoes.
Yeah. But you're gonna have the tomato skins.
Oh, I get.
Do you want to do this?
You do it. You're the chef. Pots and pans wabantu. Plus.
Sorry.
There you go. It's okay. That's where the flavor comes from. The messiness. Yeah, get in there with your food, man.
So you're saying if you'd have
experience your food is what I'm saying.
If you were to have a fine dining experience, you're saying it wouldn't taste nice.
In your fine dining experience, I'm not saying it wouldn't taste nice, but I'm saying
it'll taste
average. When I make home cooked meals, it must look a little bit disorganized.
Oh my god.
You home cooked meal,
so
not that it's not clean, it's just a little bit
on and off. So we're gonna use the key ingredient. What's the
Are
key
we not
ingredient
burning?
again?
Butter. Because it's not butter chicken without the butter.
Without butter, thank you.
So we got our butter simmering. Okay. I'm sleepy. Instead of making sure what's
Exactly. Our kitchen commentator.
Wow.
That was not planned.
Yeah, I know. No.
Did I? Oh, sorry.
No,
sorry
you
for that.
didn't. You did not. It's okay. It is okay, man.
Guys, that usually happens when you're using a blender that you're not familiar with, right? How do I detach this? Do you know how to? Okay, we'll just throw it in like that.
Okay. I didn't want it to burn. There you go. Ooh.
It has to be fine.
Saucy.
Hey, the stove is boiling. All right.
Okay. Extra. Whoopies.
Get rid of that. So we're just gonna cook this down for a couple of minutes. Then we reintroduce our chicken, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can you see the butter effect?
I can see now. I can see. Now I can see the butter. The buttery effect. Skin like butter. Ooh.
I can just
Stir.
that around so that it doesn't stick on our non-scarlet skillet pan.
I'm gonna go and keep stir. Ew.
I think we need to reduce the heat.
Okay.
All right. Okay, it's on low heat.
Okay.
So we're gonna throw back our chicken, guys.
Okay.
We don't want to make a mess, do we? Okay, let me use the...
There you go. Use that.
This is a funny dish, no?
No, I'm just loving your energy in the kitchen, man. You're like, yazin, upi.
Extra fire.
Yeah, that's the extra fire that we're talking about right here. Guy, on fire.
There's our mercy of the dish. Okay, we're just gonna allow it to cook down for a couple of minutes, guys.
Simmer, gonna simmer. Kahle kahle lana senzi lunch dish la.
That's why, hence
Si prepare lunch la.
the rice needs to... Can I stand aside?
Okay. We're preparing the lunch.
It's a hearty dish, guys. You need to have good starch.
Yes, it's us just saying bye-bye to winter, man. No hearty dishes.
Bye-bye to winter with a winter dish.
Yeah. With the, like good ginger, you know, that hearty, meal that we need. That, soul food, man. Yeah. Yeah.
So guys, our cream. Ooh. Just gonna add a bit as we go.
Creamy.
Not too much. Gonna add more cream as we go, guys. How do you like the color?
Yo, that to add cream, just. I was
it
like,
now looks creamy.
Yeah, no, now it's giving that eat me. It's saying I am butter chicken now.
But remember, our chicken was half done, so we
True.
need to give
now
our chicken
we need to, some time to.
Couple of minutes. Thing is,
okay.
Our fire is.
You don't want to put it higher because let's stop
But you can also do it in a pot. If you're avoiding this,
okay.
I think we should cover for a couple of minutes.
Okay, so we're gonna take that, yes.
Yeah, we're gonna cover with our spice plate, guys.
Lana sisia improvise kitchen. There we go. Oh.
So we're cleaning up, then final dish is coming. We're preparing for plating, right?
Yeah.
Right.
We're gonna be plating soon now.
Do you call it plating if you plating in a bowl?
Yeah.
Oh.
How? Or in bowling.
I think it's bowling, yeah.
Is it bowling? It's not plating because it's in a bowl.
It's in a bowl, yeah.
Okay.
So what are we using? Bowls or plates?
I think maybe
Bowls, ne?
bowels. Okay, there we
Right,
go.
alrighty. Okay, sous chef, can you get rid of all the dangerous objects on the... Alright.
Put them inside.
But these are clean, ne? Alright, let me just...
Do you need me to take away the butter?
Can you take away...
All of this?
Yeah, and the
Yeah, I was
paper.
doing that and then.
You're painting it here.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
This can be made.
Yeah. This is what I don't want. This one.
So unfortunately today we don't have our garnish.
Okay.
Because I know this place is famous for its parsley. The last time I was there was so much parsley, I thought it was spinach.
No, yeah, today I eat.
Yeah, we need a bit of color
Oh,
here.
yeah, just
so we're
flex.
gonna garnish with our peppers.
Okay.
Where's that pepper bowl?
It's this side. Nice.
Yeah, just a bit of color.
Okay. Just that little bit.
Okay, we're gonna allow that to cook, guys.
Let it cook. So extras uti maunga pay you and son.
I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Rugby, that's number one.
Udlali rugby when?
Yeah, sportsman,
Which position?
sportsman. Now I'm playing eighth man. number
Okay,
eight.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So if it's not rugby, it's photography, videography. But what I like most is just going to those spaces where there's a lot of creatives.
Nah, no.
Like
Abo
Lebu.
Native Rebels.
Native Rebels.
Abo Lebus, Soweto Backpackers.
Sawubona Music Jam.
Okay.
Native. Now we have a show that we host every last Thursday of the month.
A comedy one.
Comedy.
I saw that. Yeah,
yeah.
man. I saw that. That
Comedy,
was dope. That's
comedy's on another level, guys.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you have
Zanti
to-
comedians are out here doing
Not even
things,
Soweto.
Okay, Asiti Soweto. You know he's putting Ikasi on the mic. He's
Yeah,
Kasi.
you need to start
Repping
local.
Soweto.
Because I've noticed that lately, people are starting to take comedy serious.
Yeah.
Because comedians are getting a lot of MCing gigs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, right here, Tina, we once had, Barry Hilton, and he was saying, Guti, he wants to, move into the space of MCing, but also just doing talks. So public
Barry
speaking.
Hilton?
Yes, he wants to talk about mental health. I'm being serious. He was on
But
the show
I don't think
saying that he wants to move more into like that space of public speaking, motivation, talking mental health advocacy. So he was looking into moving into that space.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean, I guess after, that whole thing with, what's his name?
The one
Who unalived himself. The comedian who unalived himself. A lot of people or
Who's that?
comedians in the spaces. Ubani? Ebenezer, yes, so Ebenezer.
Oh, yeah, the one who
Ebenezer,
recently passed away. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So people are looking into moving into the space of like advocate, mental health advocacy.
So do you think comedians get depressed because they're always telling jokes?
I think they do, man. I mean, there is a sense of depression, yana, because I mean, if you're look at the Joker, right? The character of the Joker in DC DC Universe, right?
One of the most depressed guys.
Yeah, but he's like a villain and he's a clown.
villain.
And he's very depressed. So I mean,
Good example.
Yeah, good example.
Yeah. Do you have a comedian superhero?
Comedian superhero.
Can you think of one?
No. Comedian
Yeah,
superhero.
there is one.
Who?
Hancock.
Oh yes, Hancock. But
Will Smith.
But he wasn't funny. He was just like.
No, but that was a funny movie. Yeah.
Okay.
Imagine flying around drunk, for instance.
And then trying to land, learning how to land, learning how to be a
superhero in shorts.
Okay,
huh?
okay. I see that.
So
okay, Hancock.
there should be a comedian chef. So that when the food
But
bans,
the funny
you make
chef
a joke.
the funny chef, she's currently pregnant, yeah.
Oh, and her name is the funny chef.
Her name is the funny chef, and she's comedic
I didn't know. So she couldn't come up with a better name. Who calls herself a funny chef, being a chef that's funny?
Well, I mean, it's on the nose. It's right there, in your face. It's an obvious name.
Can she cook, though?
Yes! What do you mean, can she cook?
Oh, I thought you're saying she's a comedian.
Yeah, but like
and a chef.
She's like literally the funny chef is her name. I forgot what her real name is. She's currently pregnant, you know. She just did a whole reveal, you know, pregnancy reveal.
She got twins.
Yeah, so her name is the funny chef. She's amazing. She's been doing amazing things, you know. I mean, we're just coming off Women's Month.
I take food very serious, so I don't think you can mix jokes with food.
Oh, well, she's doing amazing at doing it. She's doing amazing things, man. She's out there, man, getting the brand sponsorships, doing some, you know, campaigns. So, hey. Oh, Lebogang Tlokana is her name, her real name. But you know, her name, the name that she goes by on like the media, her media name is the Funny Chef.
Very creative.
Yeah.
Not.
Hey, extra.
No, you can't call yourself
extra. When you find that extra, you find that creative. I mean, like it.
Do you want to taste?
Okay.
Before I taste, or you wanna
Yeah, she's a kalawang she's. Okay.
Don't be too honest.
I think adding those sauces was a good call. Because adding those sauces was a good idea. It was a great idea. I don't know, it adds some flavor, this distinctly different flavor to like your normal butter chicken. Because I've had, you know, butter chicken from the Indian restaurants and whatnot. So this is like a extra fried butter chicken. Extra fried
butter chicken. Do you want to add a bit of that cream, please?
Okay, let me add a little bit of the. You'll tell me good you I mean and
round. You must make it look. Thank you.
Okay, is that enough?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But less is more.
Less is more.
Less is more. Yeah. But this is looking nice. This is looking delicious.
So now you just have to taste if our chicken is.
We still need to be having that showdown, La Evuga, between Imelda and Utumsane, because they once, you know, Imelda won, and then she said, or when we called her, you know, she was like, guys, you know, I challenge anyone
like
to make
because
she says she makes the best boikikos ever. So.
But
then she was like, I challenge anyone on the Vooka Breakfast Show. I will come. I will do a live challenge with someone else, and then we can have like professional judges.
Do you know how long a poiki takes to get well done?
How long?
Hours.
I know. So it will be a whole thing. So I know it will be like there'll obviously be a preparation. You know, we'll film preparation and then the down challenge. You know, the final challenge will happen on the show. So
10 hours later.
Yeah, 10 hours later.
But I think when you're competing, you shouldn't be competing with dishes that have unlimited ingredients.
Okay.
Like for instance, if you're talking about a poiki, I'm thinking. Like 3 different kinds of meats, baby potatoes, carrots, like.
No, I mean.
It's a lot of ingredients.
Yeah, I've had different. I remember, you know, somebody once made me ipoiki out of game meat. So, they just came back from home. They're from Gqeberha. So, you know, they have a friend who works at some reserve, you know, and got some game meat. I forgot what it was, kudu or something. So yeah, and then we made poiki with that. So we made a game meat poiki. Yeah. So anyway, she still has said, you know, she wants to come and, you know, challenge anybody to make a better poiki than her. So what's that one dish when you can say, Guti, yazin, ngayenza le akekho zongihlula. Akekho ozothi yena there's a taste better than mine and ever.
I think less is more.
Yeah, but what is that?
Simple is extravagant. So mince and spaghetti.
Wait, now mince and spaghetti. That one is yours one. You that's the dish you saying
I've cooked mince and spaghetti for a lot of people. And they always have the same comments that, hey, the mince, I've never had it like this, because I mix mushrooms. Because a lot of people like us, they think they don't eat mushrooms because they've never had them the way maybe I prepare them. Yeah. So I believe if you take a simple dish and introduce
some twists, some plot twists.
Yeah, I want to make an example with another ingredient that's not common here, guys. You're good with examples.
So you're good at examples.
I know a lot of people like us, they claim about it much. What else do they say they don't eat?
Abayidli yo angazi. Inkinga yami ukuthi mina I don't know. Eggplant. A lot of people don't.
Eggplant. Where are you gonna get eggplant, dear guys?
You can get eggplant. Mina.
If you can pay.
Mamezala uyayitshala.
Oh.
Ikhona uyitshalile eggplant. I can bring some here on the show.
Eggplant.
Yes, eggplant.
And aubergine.
Yes, aubergine. There you go. You even know the other name for it. You see, Uguti says not common, but yes. Noguti aubergine. I went extra. Extra. Ow, yeah, no, but aubergine. I know that eggplants. Maybe a lot of people it's not familiar. Most people would not know how to cook or what to make with an eggplant.
Yeah, I think for this cook-off, you guys need to organize some ingredients that are not common.
Yeah.
Then get 2 cooks and just.
Yeah, so that's why I say Imelda and
dish.
Utumsane. We'll give them set ingredients for this poiki.
Oh, Imelda has an advantage because she knows how to do the poiki.
No, not Tumisani. We've had this boyki from Sebenza Waste here.
Yeah.
Vooka. It was nice,
Good,
man. It
proper.
was good. It was proper stuff, man.
Right.
That time I think he used pork, Banele. There was some pork meat and some sweet corn and what? I know, yeah.
So I'm guessing the sweet corn that's in the fridge, that's from the last episode.
No.
When you guys had this.
Not even. Oh, yes.
Because it looks like it's been sitting for a couple of months. So I mean, you guys.
Maybe. I think because he put sweet corn, he put other things. I know there was a lot of other things that he put.
And baby potatoes.
Yeah, like baby potatoes.
Why do they call them baby potatoes?
Because they're like this big.
And baby carrots?
Because they like literally this short.
When they fully grown,
look like people's fingers.
How big do they get? So there's no such thing as a baby potato. They take a normal sized carrot and they trim it. Yeah, they trim it to make a baby carrot. So there's no such thing. I guess
it's just a name to just emphasis on the size.
On the size of it.
Yes.
Yeah, like with lamb.
Yeah.
And mutton.
Yeah, and mutton, yeah.
Because people say, I don't eat lamb, but I eat mutton.
Like I win.
It's the same thing. It's the age difference. Like saying 2000.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, yazini. I'm example. 2K is always catching strays.
Guys, I think we there.
Are we there now?
We there
now? Are we good?
We there. Because you have to check the consistency. If you're happy with it, how it's flowing, as you can see.
I mean, I am happy with the way it's flowing.
Do you want to taste our chicken? Or you want to taste with everyone else?
Yeah. Maybe no. Maybe let me taste it with everyone else.
But if you're making it at home, guys, you need to slow cook.
Yeah.
Meaning that your stove.
You must slow. So the must for this dishes are the marinations. So you must marinate your chicken, and you must
slow cook. So that the sauce thickens.
Yeah.
Because now it's a show, obviously.
Yeah.
It didn't marinate, but it's well done.
Yeah.
But if we had cooked it a bit slower, you're going to see something else.
Yeah. And then obviously, so the musts are, you must marinate the chicken overnight or 30 minutes before cooking it.
Yeah.
And then the other must is that you must slow cook so that it doesn't burn and that gives the sauce enough time to thicken properly.
Because it's a curry at the end of the day.
Yeah, so it's a curry, You want it
I think we're going to get ready for plating.
Okay.
So let me just go.
Let me move this.
Clean this up.
Awesome.
Yeah. Coming through.
Take that away. Man, this is looking delicious. Aye, extra. Aye, it's imnandi. Sure. Yenza something. Oh my goodness, I can't. Butter chicken in a sauce.
So
they must start.
To leave now, you would know it.
No. Okay, yes, now. I mean, right now I'd eat, of course, because it's great deal. Yeah, it's just great deal. Just switch off the stove and eat. But if she at the beginning of this whole thing, Shem guys being so strong-healer. In
Chinese, they call it sticky rice.
Oh, yes.
But usually our plate, outplayed the rice in this whole thing.
Oh, then yeah, in that.
Wait,
Oh,
yeah.
you need to
But Lana-
just do the things, man.
No, it's China.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's just a bit of everything, even though there are no greens. Okay.
So where were you this weekend, Extra?
This was one of the big weekends.
Yeah, the big weekend.
Biggest weekends. So
there is another one.
I was everywhere.
You were everywhere. Nah, but just name one place.
Soweto, obviously.
Obviously, Soweto. I mean, Soweto inkulu, guys. I'm better with Soweto, and then back home with Soweto in Indawo eziningi.
Wow.
Where are you from?
I'm
Soweto.
so shocked. I
Where
can't
in
think of a
Soweto?
place.
Wow, shame on you.
Okay, thing is, I can't say the name of the one place. Now is keep because of guys. How much is that knows? Yes.
So
a stadium, like a stadium.
Okay.
What were you thinking? Man?
So I don't know.
No, when I say the one place that guys usually have most fun.
A stadium, okay, I don't
that's
know.
The stadium.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
And with you guys?
It's a saloon. Like that's where I
in the
feel.
shop.
No, spa, like massage place.
Really?
Yeah, man. Heck, I do black paint.
You don't get to do a lot of talking there or activities.
Yeah, there I don't want to talk all the time. Who said I like?
No, I mean a place where women in a group have fun.
Relax,
I think it's a stadium on a standing when they're watching guys play. Don't you think so?
I sugar. So I saw something on social media about I must play. No, I'm not the chef. And
my partner, just take a scoop with everything.
Okay.
Then make sure you hoy on top. Then the sauces will go down on the sides.
Okay.
So this is for the sisters who are trying to maintain their weight. Guys, the reason why the rice is like this, it's because of this is a hearty meal. So when you're eating something like this, you have to hoy as much sauce as you can on the side, like to cover the whole rice.
Okay.
Usually,
Okay.
Yeah. So this is space for those greens that we're supposed to have.
Awesome.
I'm baby put tomato nyana na fridge for
ufuna tomati.
No, for ikhala nyana. Oh, we said we're gonna.
But this is what you mean. Butter chicken looks like this. Mina ngiyazi so or is.
No, as you saw, but then it's for like green nyana.
Oh, when ufuna green like a garnish. Oh, like something on the top.
Healthy. So we are like yakho.
Oh man. Ooh. Okay.
Butter chicken and
rice.
Special rice. I just wonder if it's gonna work out.
Faga. If you feel like it's fine. Extra. Faga, Joe.
Green.
No. Green corn.
But I'm not gonna garnish the other ones. Hey.
Okay.
I don't like this garnish.
You don't like it now?
No, it's too.
Okay.
I see. So
yeah.
That's it. Butter.
This is the final product right here. The butter chicken made by Chef Extra. Today we went extra spicy. We put in sauces. Ngithi wena mustard. Ngithi wena chicken spice. Ngithi wena garam masala. Yay. Galiki. Guningi. We're about to have a feast. That's all I know. But yeah, this is our final product. Proudly made with amabelebele spices in the Vooka kitchen with our pots and pans. And of course, if you are going to want to make this for yourself, don't forget the recipe will be on www.vookadaily.co.za. And for those spices that we have used to obviously give the flavor to this beautiful meal, you can go to www.amapelepele.co.za. And don't forget, if you're in Gauteng, delivery is mahala. And of course, they deliver nationwide. So Extra,
let me have a taste.
Let me have a spoon.
Let me
first.
have a taste.
Let me get a spoon.
Yes, please get a spoon so I can have a taste, man. The final meal is in. This is our meal of the day. So angazi maybe nina nidlani nge-Monday, but this is what we're having. Vele, it's mouth watering, man. Already, like, you know, I'm salivating. Ya salivate.
English,
Okusalayo. Gwawena. The whole point is for you to, you know, want to have a taste. Okay. I think Nyabongu to edit the thing on the top, Mina,
for the crunch.
Yeah. This is good. This is good. So let me go eat. Before Ninkalela, guys, you know, it's rude to watch people eat, you know. But so, of course, this is where we ended today. It has been amazing Monday morning. We had some motivation. Of course, now we're ending it off with a beautiful meal. So let us go and fill our tummies while you obviously go forth and, you know, fill your day with purpose and, of course, whatever it is that you want to set out to do. And don't forget that if you want to do, make this in your own kitchen, you can go to www.vookadaily.co.za. And those spices and sauces can be found on the Amapelepele website, which is www.amapelepele.co.za. So, from me, Utisika Mazibugo Shabalala, your prime cut creative and positivity dose of the day. It is bye-bye until next month. But, of course, if you are in Gauteng, don't worry, delivery is mahala. And, of course, nationwide, wherever you are in Mzansi. Yeah, man, let me go and have my meal, and of course let you go on with the rest of your day. It's until tomorrow. It's sayonara, bye bye, season bonaksasa. I don't know which one you must go.
I should've known better, Aisha. I should've